I have beneath my feet thousands of tonnes of gravel. This was a prime hay meadow. It's just horrendous.
It gets to the point of being soul destroying, really. What almost is a point in breeding the best cows. We've still got to carry on in the hope that one day we'll be clear of TB.
On behalf of the farmers that we represent, that they have been seriously intimidated and harassed, which is why we obtained an injunction from the High Court.
The fall in food prices is good for families, but it reminds us of the challenge our farmers face from volatile markets. The National Farmers Union have long argued they should be allowed to average their incomes for tax purposes over 5 years. I agree, and in this budget we will make that change.
There's all the risk at the moment in these extremely volatile times is with the farmer. So let's put some fair contracts in place that everyone in that supply chain is carrying that risk.
If this autumn I haven't got these neonicotinoid tools to keep my insects at bay and establish my plants in a good order, we'll be questioning whether it's worth growing oilseed rape next autumn.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NFU Conference 2016. Please welcome NFU President Meurig Raymond.
Good morning, my Lord, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honour to be here and see so many members with us today for such an important conference. I am pleased to welcome the Secretary of State and our many guests, and I am sure the programme of speakers we have lined up will not disappoint you. This is our biggest conference ever, the biggest farming conference in the UK and one of the biggest of its kind in Europe. And I should say thank you to our sponsors, and in particular Yara, for yet again sponsoring the equipment enabling those in the top row of this very full auditorium to see and hear conference as well as they can. I wish I could stand here today and say what a great place the industry is in. I wish I could tell you how the coming months are going to see profit returning to the industry. I wish I could report that we are on top of bovine TB and have the right tools to control plant disease. I wish I could praise every retailer for sticking to their promises about backing British farmers. But I can't, because I am actually standing here before you at a most difficult time for farmers and growers. We all know that global commodity prices in almost every sector are very low and unlikely to improve in the near future. I have seen the devastating impact the recent weather has had on so many farms. No one can control the weather, but these natural disasters have been compounded by problems which are utterly and completely man-made. And it is these that I want to focus on. Where better to start than with the basic payment scheme? Low prices have badly affected cash flow. But for very many, that has been made worse by the completely unacceptable delivery of basic payments in England and Wales. By the end of January, almost a quarter of recipients had still received nothing. In my book, that's nowhere near the vast majority that you, Secretary of State, and Mark Grimshaw had promised us. In this market, thousands of farm businesses and those supplying farmers rely on the BPS to help pay their bills, pay their rents and their mortgages. In England today, around 16,000 farms have still not had their payment. Farmers with common grazing rights have not yet received a penny. Defra and the Rural Payments Agency have consistently refused to listen to our pleas for part payments, leaving many without any clue as to when they would receive their payment. You cannot run a business like that. Of course, we've heard all the excuses for poor performance, and I am not going to rehearse them here. For me, it is simple, Secretary of State. This can't go on. In 2016, the system has got to work, and it's got to work well. Within Wales, basic payment scheme continues to be hugely divisive, as does the 15% modulation rate and how this is administered. As we stand today, 1 in 6 farmers in Wales have still not been paid. And in the middle of the basic payment scheme fiasco, we have the retailers. The rise of the discounters has left the others scrambling to regain lost market share, and we are in a vicious price war. The supermarkets may say one thing publicly, but we know that they will push the pain down onto their suppliers, and they do it because they think they can. And that ends up with the ridiculously low prices for vegetables we saw in some stores over Christmas. It was crazy that the carrots and the sprouts for the Christmas dinner cost less than a can of Coke. And as if it were possible for things to get any worse, one of the most successful farm sectors in recent years, horticulture, will be hit with the national living wage. It may be an admirable principle, but it's been introduced without proper consultation, without clear explanation, and by politicians who have no understanding of how it is going to devastate Britain's fruit and vegetable growers, leaving many unprofitable in as little as 3 years. We have a list of ways, Secretary of State, how the government can reduce the impact on growers. And we expect you to take these on board. Finally, to complete the list of man-made difficulties, I do have to mention the European Union referendum. In this room, there will be vastly different opinions. Whatever your view, there is no denying that this is a huge area of uncertainty for farming. And if the vote is to leave the European Union, there will be at least another 2 years of uncertainty as new arrangements are negotiated. We have allowed 2 hours tomorrow to debate this most important issue. Of course, I'm aware so far my message has been one of almost unrelenting gloom. I do not wish to be pessimistic. I believe that in the longer term, farming's prospects are much brighter. Our own surveys of our members show short-term confidence has taken a knock, but longer-term confidence has held up much better. But my concern is that many farmers and growers will not survive to see the longer term. What I can tell you, and we all know, is that at tough times we need a tough representative body. When our farming businesses are battered by storms, global markets, an unfair supply chain, and disease threats, we need an organization which will stand with us, lobby for us, represent us, and an organization which will offer the hands-on support to get us through it and be there with us through thick and thin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we need a strong NFU now more than ever. And we do have a strong NFU. We have a lobbying organization that most other sectors can only dream about. Thanks to the wisdom of our predecessors, we have hugely valuable assets and a balance sheet which others envy. Our close ties with the NFU Mutual give us a unique local network and a valuable contribution to our budget. Our strong financial position has allowed us to invest in stronger connection with our members through 34 county advisors. We have a dedicated, professional staff that I would not swap with anyone. A call centre that spoke to over 30,000 members last year alone. We have an award-winning communications team with huge reach who have galvanised the public to back British farming. Who but the NFU could have run the Back British Farming campaign? And we have a Brussels office where we take the message about farming to the heart of Europe. As an NFU member, you benefit from all of this. And I want to highlight a few of the NFU's achievements now. Look at the number of legal cases we have taken, both on behalf of individuals and for the industry as a whole. No one else has the capacity to do this. To take one example, the case we won against a local authority when flood water was deliberately pumped into a farmer's carrot field in Yorkshire. The case was supported by our NFU Legal Assistance Scheme and the NFU Mutual Legal Insurance. It established the vital precedent that local authorities are responsible and must pay compensation even if it wasn't them who physically flooded the field. Look at what we've achieved in making the food chain more honest. And this has been a long haul. The NFU first pushed for a voluntary grocery code, then a statutory code, then an adjudicator, and then the power to fine. All this has happened because the NFU persevered and pushed hard. It's been a long and difficult journey. But now Christine Takon has shown her mettle with a devastating report on Tesco's conduct. This isn't the end of the road. Too often, changes are made to supply contracts at short notice. It is scandalous that farmers are so often the last to know and the first to pay when this happens. At the last election, we asked for the powers of the adjudicator to be extended, and all the main parties agreed. Now, Secretary of State, it is time for the government to deliver. The code must extend across the supply chain, and the adjudicator should oversee other voluntary codes, like the ones on dairy contracts and red meat specification. And look what we have done on bovine TB. Secretary of State, I salute you and your predecessor, what you've done to establish an eradication strategy and to get culling onto the agenda and off the ground. But this has been a partnership between the government and the National Farmers Union. Without the NFU, culling would simply not have happened. We helped devise it, we helped communicate it, and we helped implement it. And we defended it in the court. But let me be very clear. The NFU may have galvanized action, but the people we should really thank are those on the ground in Somerset, Gloucestershire, and this year Dorset, for making the 2015 programme safe, humane, and effective. You are the true heroes of the farming community. And on behalf of all livestock farmers, a big thank you. Let us now build on that success. We know that up to 28 further areas have registered an interest in operating a cull in areas of England where TB is rife. So let us see a wider rollout, and let's see it this year. The NFU is already helping a number of areas to prepare. And next year, let's move away from isolated pockets. Let's see culling across wide swathes of our most infected areas. Within Wales, TB remains the greatest threat to the cattle industry. And latest figures show there has been a 25% increase in the number of cattle slaughtered due to bovine TB. The recent badger vaccination project has now been cancelled. But badger vaccination in a TB endemic area of Wales was never going to eradicate the disease. The Welsh Government must now realise that no eradication plan is worth the paper it's written on without an acceptance that the disease must be eradicated from wildlife as well as cattle. Alongside the impact of TB, which is devastating to so many farming families, a further disaster has affected us in the past year in the form of floodwater. Many farmers have also suffered badly from floods, some not for the first time, and my sympathies go out to them. I welcome the assistance that the government has provided, and I welcome that you, Secretary of State, have taken a personal interest in the recovery effort and agreed with our long-held view that farmers and landowners must be empowered to do more to help themselves. There have been some predictable nonsense from the enemies of productive farming, who would like to blame everything on farmers or sheep or dredging, as though the purpose of rivers and ditches was not to drain water. Farmland is valuable. It produces food for the nation. It powers the rural economy, and farmers look after their land. All we ask is that others recognize its value and don't just see it as a convenient temporary water storage. Farmers who I speak to want to produce food and enhance the environment, and they can do both, as we all know. However, current agri-environmental schemes in England are, I am sorry to say, a mess. Farmers who have spent decades in conservation schemes who feel proud of what they have achieved now feel let down and disillusioned by the bureaucratic mess that countryside stewardship has become. I want to see schemes that encourage and inspire them to enhance the environment, not ones that turn them away, depressed with the complexity and the form filling. The theme of this conference is backing the future of British farming. So here's how I see the future. Above all, we must be profitable. Without profit, nothing else is possible. And that means a properly functioning supply chain, fair and without abuses. I want to see our self-sufficiency growing and our exports increasing. And this is not wanting us to blindly produce more. This is wanting to see demand rise and for British producers to meet that demand. World market forces and volatility are not going to go away. Secretary of State, I know you want farming to be more competitive and resilient in a volatile world. We do too. But we need you to help us with the tools we need to succeed. And these actions must be central, Secretary of State, to your forthcoming 25-year food and farming plan. Secretary of State, I know you take these issues seriously. You have championed great British food in export markets, and we are grateful. But piecemeal action will not do. That is why I am so pleased that you are publishing your 25-year food and farming plan very soon. We need actions across all government departments that give farmers a strong sense that farming and food production matters. I want to see a future for British farming that will give every chance to the next generation. And I am delighted to see so many young people, young farmers here today. And I want you to have the same opportunity to enter farming and to grow your businesses that I and my twin brother had. The industry is at its best when it is united. We have public support, so let's use it and work together to make sure that every decision maker, every retailer, every member of government understands the importance of British farming. The NFU has backed the future of British farming for over a century, through good times and bad, through thick and thin. The NFU will always back the future of British farming. Thank you all very much for listening. Thank you very much. And now it gives me great pleasure to call on the Secretary of State, Ms. Liz Truss, to sort of give us her presentation. Over to you, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Meurig. Good morning. Farmers here in Britain have faced a tough year. We've seen world demand hit by slowing Chinese growth and the continuing Russian import ban. the highest wheat yields on British farms for 25 years, and milk production at a 20-year high, but sharply falling prices. Pork prices are at their lowest for 8 years. Lamb, poultry, and sugar are also down a long way. The strong pound has been pulling in imports and magnifying those global trends. Farmers' incomes have been squeezed, and they are expected to be down a half in dairy. And in the north of England, farmers are still coping with the consequences of serious flooding. In the face of these challenges, we could just take cover and hope that things get better soon. But I know that that is not the attitude of British farming. And despite the fact that prices are low, every week I meet people full of new ideas for taking forward this great industry and ideas for managing the volatile world that we face. I share their confidence that there is a positive future for British farming, and for very good reasons. We're seeing new talent, innovation, and science energizing farming. We're seeing new opportunities as international markets open and consumers change their tastes. We are reducing the burden of regulation, and we are investing more in building our resilience against the threats of flood and disease. Action in all of these areas and confidence in the future are at the heart of the 25-year plan for food and farming that we will be publishing shortly. It will detail how we will attract even more skilled people to the industry, build the British brand, and increase our exports. And it will give farmers the tools to improve productivity and competitiveness so the future is sustainable, profitable, and world-leading. And I would like to thank the NFU and everyone in the industry who is supporting and contributing to this long-term vision for success. We know that Britain already has some of the world's most innovative farmers and scientists. Their breakthroughs are what will make this industry a world leader, and we want to turbocharge their ideas. That's why over the next 5 years, we are doubling Defra's capital investment in science to £130 million. And we're investing another £80 million across government to develop research centres for livestock, crop health, data and precision engineering. The Agrimetrics Data Centre, which we launched in October, is working on projects like predicting and monitoring cereal crops and pest risks. The Food Innovation Network, announced by the Prime Minister last summer, will bridge the divide that too often exists between businesses and researchers, so that the latest innovations lead directly to improvements on farms and on production lines. And there is a new generation excited about farming. Agriculture is the fastest growing degree subject at university, with a 4.6 increase in student numbers last year. There are now more than 19,000 people studying agriculture and related subjects. And farming can be proud of what it's doing to attract these ambitious people. What a massive vote of confidence in the future. I met students at Cirencester earlier this month. They told me about the opportunities they see in farming, like new technology, increasing sustainability, and adding value right through the food chain. Growth at the Royal Agricultural University is being driven in a large part by a 44% increase in female students. And nationally, we are seeing more and more women come into the industry. By opening itself to the widest pool of people, this great industry is harnessing all of the available talent. And developing the skills the industry needs is central to our 25-year plan. One of our manifesto commitments is to treble the number of apprenticeships in food and farming by 2020. Now, the Food and Drink Federation have already committed to this target. I hope that the farming industry will follow suit. Currently, there are 1,000 apprentices in farming and 2,100 in horticulture. The government's new levy, which comes into force on April the 1st, 2017, will bring the biggest funding for apprenticeships ever seen. And I strongly encourage people in the audience today to make sure that their businesses benefit. We will need the experience and expertise of today and tomorrow's farmers to take advantage of new opportunities. The market access deals that I signed in China in 2015 will bring our farmers around £40 million a year of potential sales in barley and pigs' trotters. And after a painful 20 years following the disaster of BSE, we are putting British beef back where it belongs, at the top of menus around the world. Last October, Canada announced it was lifting its ban, and we're making good progress with the US and Japan, which together will bring an estimated £40 million a year in beef exports. In January, we launched the Great British Food Unit, bringing together expertise from Defra and UKTI in a single location to give advice and practical help to exporters. And our Great British Food campaign is championing the industry in Britain and across the world. Farmers are at the forefront of this campaign. People like Robert Craig, Dairy Farmer of the Year in 2014, and Patrick Hart of Cornerways Tomatoes. The AHDB is now able to celebrate the British provenance of our food in its campaigns, and it will be running promotions for home-produced meat over the coming months, supporting the 2016 Year of Great British Food. Government is now buying more British food as a result of the Bomfield reforms. The Ministry of Justice's new £500 million contract for prisons will use the balanced scorecard, creating a level playing field for British producers. And from April, all 30 million cartons of UHT milk served annually to prisoners will be British rather than from overseas for the first time in years, thanks to the supplier Bidvest using the balanced scorecard. Across the public sector, places like schools, hospitals, military canteens, and government departments will be able to buy an extra £400 million worth of British food every year. The opportunities ahead are about changing tastes as well as new markets. The Family Food Survey, which we released last week, shows how we eat has moved on since the 1970s. As a great fan of British butter, I'm very happy at the revival in its fortunes, which the survey shows. We now eat far more butter than all the low-fat spreads and margarine put together. Fruit juice, fresh fruit and veg, as well as breakfast cereal have all surged, as has yoghurt, up more than fivefold since the 1970s. And businesses like Yeo Valley in Somerset are responding to these changing tastes. It now produces 2 million yoghurts a week, adding value to its own farms and for 90 others across the southwest. And thanks largely to the efforts of the NFU, closely supported by Farming Minister George Eustace, more supermarkets are buying British, like Tesco, who will be sourcing all of their milk for their own label yoghurt from British herds, and Marks and Spencer's, who will be sourcing all of its cheddar from Britain. Our go-ahead businesses also include vegetable growers like Hammond Produce, who set up a garden of innovation in Nottinghamshire, jointly with Bakover, to provide a showcase for their novel produce to go into ready meals. The British flair for innovation helped the food industry attract more foreign investment in 2014 than the rest of manufacturing put together. And we've also seen strong investment in farming. Thanks to high-quality management this is now showing through in rising productivity. And although we can't control market volatility, we can give farmers improved tools to manage it. Last year, the NFU had two major budget asks: certainty around the annual investment allowance and improved tax averaging. And because this government backs British farming, we have delivered both of those reforms. From April this year, farmers can average profits over 5 years instead of 2. And also from this year, we're introducing a permanent annual investment allowance of £200,000. There are other actions that could help smooth out volatility. We're drawing up practical options for creating new derivatives markets, and that means cooperating closely with the AHDB's Volatility Forum, with farming, processors, and the finance sector. We're also fundamentally re-engineering the way we work with farmers to reduce the burden of regulation. As we reshape Defra and its organisations, the Environment Agency and Natural England will be working to the same boundaries, so it will be much clearer to farmers who they need to talk to. And by the end of this Parliament, we'll have saved businesses £470 million of unnecessary costs. We've already got rid of lots of unnecessary blockages in the planning system, and we will go further with the Rural Planning Review we launched earlier this month. It's looking at how we can streamline the development process in areas like farm shops, polytunnels, and farm reservoirs. Our new single farm inspection task force will start work in June. By better use of data and technology like satellite imagery and by coordinating visits, we will reduce the number of inspections by at least 20,000 a year this Parliament. Added to the 34,000 cut since 2010, this will mean we will have reduced the number of visits by over 50,000 a year. The Single Farm Helpline, which we set up in September, is saving farmers hassle. Over 60% of the queries are now dealt with by the first person the caller talks to. They do not get shoved from team to team. As I have said before, the current Common Agricultural Policy is the most complicated ever. I want to see simplification in ecological focus areas, cross-compliance and inspections, and far better use of technology. And I want to see the 3-crop rule abolished. I've heard from farmers in Hampshire and Northamptonshire how it is adding 10% to their costs, all for a scheme that does virtually nothing for the environment. I want to see more decisions made at a national and local level in areas like pesticides and environmental stewardship. I believe that by voting to remain in the reformed European Union, we can work to reduce bureaucracy and secure further reform while still enjoying significant benefits of the single market, which gives us access to 500 million consumers. We are able to export our high-quality products freely without the trade barriers we deal with elsewhere and with a say in the rules. Food and farming is our largest manufacturing industry, employing 3.8 million people. 60% of our food and farming exports are to the European Union, bringing in £11 billion to our country. At a time of severe price volatility and global market uncertainty, I believe it would be wrong to take a leap into the dark. The years of complication and risk caused by negotiating withdrawal would be a distraction from our efforts to build a world-leading food and farming industry that brings jobs and growth to Britain. The new settlement that the Prime Minister has secured gives us the best of both worlds, and I am proud to be part of a government that's delivering on its commitment to have an in-out referendum. I believe that we would be stronger, safer, and better off in a reformed Europe, but ultimately, It will be for the British people to decide. The complexity of the Common Agricultural Policy has unfortunately caused real problems in the basic payment scheme. The Commission was still making changes in February 2015, which was far too late. When farmers are already facing price pressures, I fully understand the concerns of those who have not yet received payments. It is vital, however, that we do the calculations properly, or we could face huge fines from the EU. Disallowance is already running at £70 million a year, money we should be investing to improve the growth prospects of British food and farming. I have been regularly monitoring progress with Mark Grimshaw and making sure that he and his team at the RPA get all the support he needs. Under his leadership, the RPA has been working 7 days a week with between 800 and 1,000 staff processing applications. They've entered and checked more than 80,000 claim forms. As a result of their efforts, by last weekend, we had paid over £1 billion to nearly 71,000 farmers, 81.5% of those eligible. And we are on course to make almost all payments by the end of March. For farmers who have not yet been paid, we will continue to work with the banks so they are able to access finance. And we also have a hardship fund, which has advanced BPS payments to 268 farmers, worth an average of £16,400. I know that there have been issues like allocating land across commons and in cross-border claims, which will be speeded up when new systems for exchanging data with Scotland and Wales go live in April. Now that we have entered the data on our system, the 2016 application round will be much simpler, particularly for people who do not need to make any changes. Farmers will be able to apply online this year, and that will include land and entitlement transfers. And of course, for those who need it, we will be retaining the paper option. The window opens in early March, and farmers will have until May the 16th to finalise claims. We've been making separate payments to those facing exceptional difficulties, including £26.2 million in one-off support for the dairy sector. The Farming Recovery Fund, to help flood-hit businesses get up and running, is progressing more than 80% of applications in less than 10 working days. And so far, it's approved nearly £1 million worth of claims at an average of £9,100 per farmer. While we are getting payments out as quickly as possible and helping those face immediate challenges, we will not lose sight of the need to continue building confidence in the future. The 12% increase that we secured in Defra's capital budget means we can invest more in flood defences and resilience against animal and plant disease. We are strengthening protection for a further 420,000 acres of farmland by 2021. On top of the 580,000 acres we protected in the last Parliament, this will mean 1 million acres better protected. We are upgrading laboratories and other facilities at Weybridge to fight animal disease, something too many people in this hall will have had to confront, whether it is avian flu or 15 years ago this week, foot and mouth. I am clear that bovine TB is the biggest threat we face, and I am 100% committed to defeating it. Our comprehensive 25-year strategy is making real progress. In fact, we're on course to declare half of England TB-free by 2019. The success is in large part due to the efforts of farmers who have gone out night after night, often in the face of blatant intimidation, to make the badger cull a success. Thanks to them, all three culls in Dorset, Gloucestershire and Somerset met their targets in 2015. It is these farmers who are giving hope to the whole industry. But this is no time to ease off. I want to see culling expanded across a wider number of areas this year. The Chief Veterinary Officer's advice is that this is the only way to secure the full benefits of our comprehensive strategy. And we will fund an expanded TB advisory service that farmers have been calling for, so it is available through the high-risk and edge areas. Whatever our opponents say, we know that we are doing the right thing. We are pursuing a strategy that's worked in Australia and is working in Ireland and New Zealand. We will not rest until we have eradicated this devastating disease. Bovine TB is one of the many challenges this industry faces, and I recognise that these are not easy times. That is why this next year is such a vital period. We will need to work closely together to make sure that farming has the confident and profitable future it deserves. British Food and Farming is a fantastic brand, recognised and admired across the world. The opportunities it offers talented people have never been greater. It is central to this country's future, to our economy, to our environment, and to a thriving countryside, and to making sure that Britain remains a fantastic place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. Now, I have to say to conference that we are very short of time. Secretary of State has to sort of leave at 11:40. There's a number of questions. So can I please ask James Small, Richard Betton and Peter Gadd to go to the microphones, please. There are microphones in the centre of the lower floor. There are microphones up on the balcony, and there is a floating microphone at the front. Thank you, Secretary of State, and thank you for your determination in trying to eradicate bovine TB. That's a good message for conference, and it's one where, as I said in my sort of speech, where farmers are determined, they want that green light. Big issues around BPS, so we'll start on BPS. James Small first. Is James at the microphone? Yep. James.
Hello? Yeah. Is this on?
Yes, it's on, James.
Yeah, lovely. Secretary of State, thank you very much for that, and I'm very pleased to hear that the RPA are now working 7 days a week to try to get through the BPS issue. Obviously, that's well known to farming. That's something that we've been doing for a long time now, working 7 days a week. Secretary of State, the question that really needs answering here, though, is when will all BPS claimants be paid, whether in part or in full?
Thank you, James, and we'll take Richard Betton and Peter Gadd, so all around BPS. So Richard Betton next, please.
Thank you, President. It was obvious early on that the complexity of commons would be a challenge for the RPA. Yet this was not communicated to claimants who are amongst the most reliant on BPS for cash flow and hardest hit by your delays. What are you going to do to rectify this? And will you sanction part payments for commons for this year and possibly for the future? The current situation was avoidable, is unacceptable, and must be changed as soon as possible. And on a personal note, can I say, please don't do a Margaret Beckett over BPS. I know she got promoted to the Foreign Office, but she is still a figure of hate and reviled in the countryside.
Thank you, Richard. And we'll take Peter Gadd as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secretary of State, notwithstanding what you said earlier about 2016, It drives a fear of God into most of us because we don't really know whether you've corrected and validated all the 2015 data yet. So what's going to come out on pre-populated form could be anybody's guess. It's almost March. By now, we should be turning our attention to the 2016 claims. But there's still so much to do to deliver 2015 payments. And you've already said how long it's going to take to pay all of those. Any undetected issues are going to be compounded in this year's application. So what contingencies have you got, Secretary of State, to put in place for 2016 to avoid the confusion and complexity we've had from 2015?
Thank you, Peter. And before I ask the Secretary of State to answer some of those issues, can I ask Mark Pope to make his way to a microphone, please? Secretary of State, payment times, commons on 2016 applications.
Well, as I said in my speech, we have faced the most complicated cap ever, and this is an issue that is being struggled with across Europe. I think the key thing to point out is that the core system that we use, the Abaco system, is working. It has worked. We haven't paid as many payments as ideally we would have liked to have done, but we have paid 81.5% successfully. And we've done that in a way that minimises the disallowance risk. And I think this is really important because when previous governments have done part payments, they've ended up with huge fines as a result of that. And none of us wants to be wasting Defra's budget on paying fines to the EU. So it's incredibly important that these payments go out in an accurate way. Now, the UK government has been consistently critical of elements of the new cap, like greening, which are very complicated to input into a computer system. However, we have done it. We have succeeded in doing it. We are having a greening review, which Commissioner Hogan has launched, and I want to see some changes to simplify things over the coming years. But in my view, the most difficult work of actually getting those features mapped onto the system, of making that system work, has been got through in 2015. So I know it's been very difficult, and unfortunately, it's happened at the same time when we've seen very severe price depression and cash flow problems. And we have been doing all we can. So, for example, on the dairy payment, getting that out straight away to farmers. And there are some European countries who have not actually got their dairy payments out. We got those out straight away. And in fact, we secured the third biggest amount of any country in Europe for those dairy payments. We've put a tremendous amount of resources into the RPA. They haven't just been working 7 days a week recently. They've been working 7 days a week non-stop since the payment process started. And I do pay tribute to Mark Grimshaw, who has turned around a very, very difficult situation. And I think his team have worked really hard on that. I mean, there are specific issues with the Commons. There are some very difficult cases. And even when we had the previous system and we saw year-on-year improvement, and I'm sure we'll see year-on-year improvement in BPS as well, even when we had the system under SPS, there were still a few payments made fairly late on because of the sheer complexity of the claim. But we are doing what we can in terms of talking to banks, utilising hardship funds, because we do want food and farming to get through this very difficult period. I do think it has a really positive future, and we are doing all we can. But, you know, a number of people have asked about part payments. The problem is it would take probably about a month to set up the way of doing part payments within our system. That would delay the ability to pay the full payments now, which we are getting through. It's a slow process, and we are on the more complex claims now. But if we diverted to doing part payments, it would delay the full payments. And also, we would face the issues that we have faced in the past of having potential huge disallowance risk as well. So our approach has been to do the whole thing, to get it right. Yes, it has been slow for some farmers. Where possible, the RPA has tried to notify farmers. It's not for want of trying. The problem is every time you look at the list of people who need to be paid. That's less time being spent on actually getting people paid. So, what I'm saying is let's really focus, and, Mark and I meet on a weekly basis to go through the numbers. Let's carry on focused on getting those people paid.
Can you give an assurance to the people that are still waiting that their money will be in their bank accounts by the end of March? Because that is the big issue.
Well, what I would say is that almost all payments will be made by the end of March. But like SPS, there will be some complex cases, a few thousand, that won't be done by the end of March. And that is the situation.
And on partial payments, maybe for the future for Commons, because again, when I was speaking to a farmer who's grazing Commons the other day, these people can't pay their bills. And it's all very well to say the banks, but some of these people have never borrowed money in their lives. So it's not in their sort of mentality.
I really appreciate it's a difficult issue for farmers. I'm trying to get, and Mark Grimshaw is trying to get the payments out to farmers as soon as possible. There is, and I know it is difficult for farmers, but there is a hardship fund. And we have made payments to 268 farmers who've applied for that. And I would strongly urge farmers who are in that position, that is the way we can make sure people get those finances who are facing financial difficulties. And we know that it's the fault of a very volatile market, very low prices. I really encourage people to apply for that and to get the RPA's help. And I've talked about things like the helpline and how we've improved the service. I really encourage people to use that.
On the 2016 applications, the concern that Peter Gadd highlighted, the clock is ticking, people aren't certain, they haven't had the statements, they don't know whether their mapping is correct. Is this going to be a knock-on effect for next season?
Well, a lot of the work that the team in the RPA have been putting in has been about getting it right and making sure it's right before this year's payments go out. So that does put us in a much better position for 2016 than, in my view, places that have done part payments and haven't necessarily sorted out that core data.
Mark Pope, please. Countryside Stewardship.
Secretary of State, poor design and delivery is not unique to BPS. Countryside Stewardship has suffered too. What improvements can we expect of the scheme and its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. And before I ask the Secretary of State to answer, Thomas Woolman from the Southwest, please, if you can get to a microphone, and Ali Kappa. Countryside Stewardship.
So, farmers, I think, play a vital role in maintaining the environment. 75% of our country is farmland. The Countryside Stewardship Scheme is crucial to that. Again, as within BPS, we are in the first year of a new system, which also, in my view, is excessively complicated. A number of the requirements that are being asked in Countryside Stewardship are EU requirements. However, I do think there is a lot we can do to improve the scheme for next year. I've been meeting farmers across the country in places like Selborne, which has got a fantastic scheme to restore the harvest mouse. In Norfolk, I've also met farmers discussing these issues. So I do think we can improve the scheme. In terms of the number of applications we got, it was in line with our expectations, but we do want to see more next year, and we do want to see that scheme expand and be carrying out environment work on a landscape basis. I think that's really important. But in all these cases, like BPS, there's a judgment about how far we can reform something in year. We needed to get the scheme out. We needed to make sure we could do the agreements. Next year, it will be better. We're working very hard on that.
A lot of disillusioned farmers who have done an awful lot for the environment in the last 5 to 10 years. And I fear that these people are going to turn their backs on that opportunity. It's important that it's all encompassing. That
but I would say next year will be better, and we're working on that already.
Could I ask Thomas Woolman then, please, a question on the European Union referendum, and we'll have a question at the same time from Ali Kappa on the national living wage. Thomas first, please.
Secretary of State. Hello? Hello.
Yes,
Secretary of State. I work in the UK poultry industry, and we rely very heavily on European migrant labour, both on our farms and in our factories. I mean, they are essentially crucial in getting healthy British chicken on the tables of consumers. In light of this, how is the European deal negotiated by David Cameron a good deal for British agriculture?
Okay, thank you. And linked to that, Ali Kappa, please.
Good morning. Secretary of State, the national living wage is a game changer for British horticultural businesses. It's going to make our businesses unprofitable within 3 years. It has the potential to ruin the industry. The government gave us just 9 months' notice on this unprecedented wage increase of 7% between now and 2020. That's 7% every year. We've developed a set of robust asks that will enable government to help us meet this challenge. Will the Secretary of State now support our ask of Treasury for no employer's NI to be paid on seasonal worker wages, and our ask of the Home Office for the reintroduction of a student seasonal workers scheme?
Thank you, Ali. Two issues.
So on the subject of the European Union, I think there were a number of important aspects of the deal that the Prime Minister has delivered for food and farming and for the environment. One is a regulation target. So for the first time, Europe will have a target to reduce regulation. And my view on Europe is that there are benefits of being in Europe, like the single market, which, in my view, outweigh the costs, but there are costs in terms of regulation, and I've talked about a few today. And what we need to do is reduce the regulations and maximise the benefits of being in a single market, which is important for the poultry industry and other industries. The other area is subsidiarity. I've been clear that I think decisions like pesticides should be more of a national level decision. And again, in the Prime Minister's renegotiation, there are more provisions for subsidiarity. So I think those are two areas where agriculture could benefit. I think it's worth pointing out that the massive advantage we've got of the single market, particularly for areas like poultry, is that we have free access and we also don't have any non-tariff restrictions. I spend a lot of my time talking to the Chinese government, other governments around the world, trying to get access for British poultry. That is a difficult task. If you look at the US beef market, it's 20 years since BSE, but we are still working to get British beef into the US market. I don't think we should take it for granted, the unfettered access we have into the European single market. It really is incredibly important for British farming, for British poultry, as well as other sectors.
Before you answer, Ali, can I please ask Charles Sercombe and Rob Harrison to come to a microphone, please? Sorry.
Sorry, I'm answering about the
National living wage and the pressure is put in, particularly on the horticultural sector.
I do really understand the issues for the horticulture sector. Clearly, Norfolk is a very big area for horticulture production. We've got some very big producers like G's Growers. The overall aim of the national living wage is partly about our country's productivity, and we are helping the farming industry in areas like better tax allowances for capital, being able to spread tax payments over 5 years. There were reductions in corporation tax and also increased national insurance allowances. I also think bringing in more skills into the industry, particularly more apprentices, is part of the solution. Having said that, I do recognise there are specific issues facing horticulture. Farming Minister George Eustace has been working with BIS and with the NFU to talk about what we might be able to do, and I'm very keen to help the horticulture industry. I think it's been a huge success story of British farming, huge levels of innovation, and I want to see that success continue.
Thank you for that, but I just want to point out that the majority of our horticultural businesses are not incorporated. They're either partnership or single-owned businesses, and again, they don't actually benefit from the reduction in corporation tax, and the fear I have, as Ali stated, their costs are going to increase by 50%, and whether the UK retailers are going to support the British horticultural sector or they're going to rush off to other parts of the world, maybe Southern Europe, where they can buy the product that much cheaper, where these people will have half the labour cost they'll be in the UK. That's the big issue that's facing a very successful part of British agriculture. Can I ask Charles Sercombe and Rob Harrison, please? Grocery code adjudicator and TB. Charles first.
Secretary of State, the beef sector has developed a processor code of practice as a first step to address some of the transparency issues facing the red meat sector. However, poor communications and changes made with minimal notice are all too common for far too many in the farming industry. What are you and your department going to do through the Food and Farming Plan to put transparency and fairness into our supply chains? And, in your view, should the Grocery Code Adjudicator oversee voluntary codes to make sure they are implemented as they were set out?
Thank you, Charles. And Rob Harrison, please.
Secretary of State, we admire your stance on bovine TB. However, the majority of farmers continue to farm outside and will continue to be outside of cull areas. Some of these farmers continue to have large outbreaks of TB due to wildlife infection. They are faced with emotional and financial ruin due to lower compensation, increased movement restrictions, and restrictions around restocking. What are you doing for those farmers?
Thank you, Rob. Before I ask the Secretary of State to answer, Richard Bramley and Tim Papworth, please, if you could make your way to a microphone.
So on the subject of the, I'll answer the BTB question first. We do have a comprehensive strategy. It's a 25-year plan to eradicate bovine TB. Unfortunately, the problem was allowed to get out of control, so we faced a very difficult situation in 2010. But it has to be a combination of cattle movement controls, culling in the areas of high risk, as well as improved biosecurity measures that delivers this. We would also like to start our edge vaccination programme again as soon as the vaccine becomes available, but people will be aware that there is a global shortage of the TB vaccine. I think what's really important is to note the success of the culls last year, that due to the fact that those farmers were extremely well prepared, that they had fulfilled all of the criteria, that it was well managed, they were successful in achieving their targets. And that's why the Chief Veterinary Officer was able to say that this was achieving disease control benefits. So I do want to move ahead, but we need to do so in a way where the areas do achieve those criteria to make sure that they can deliver against what Natural England set out. So that is our strategy. It is working, and we need to keep making the case publicly for it. So I'm very, very committed to doing that. On the subject of the Grocery Code Adjudicator, it was this government who put in place the Grocery Code Adjudicator. It was this government that gave the Grocery Code Adjudicator fining powers, which I think is already having an impact. I agree with the questioner on the need for transparency, and we are working with the AHDB on the issues around contracts. I think it's also important to look at the European dimension, and Commissioner Hogan is also committed to looking at supply chains across Europe because it is a global industry. It can be quite often difficult just to talk about a UK supply chain, and I think having that transparency on a broader basis would also be very helpful. But on the specific question, we are currently in discussions with the Department of Business about what further progress we can make on the Grocery Code Adjudicator, and that was one of our manifesto commitments.
And we have put evidence in to BIS on how we would like to see the grocery code extended, particularly around some of the voluntary codes that there are in the industry at the present time. So can I ask Richard Bramley on flooding and Tim Papworth on water abstraction, please?
Hello? So, I'm down here.
Richard.
I'm low-lying. Like
I can see you. Don't get flooded down there, Richard.
Secretary of State, I farm just south of York, and I'm a representative on the NFU Environment Forum. But given the frequency of flooding, and this is a huge subject, so I'm going to be quite specific, at what point would you say it starts to become reasonable that farmers should expect some sort of compensation for the vital service that they supply in storing floodwater to protect settlements? And how can you deliver that?
And Tim?
Thank you, Meurig. Secretary of State, Defra's recently announced proposals for water abstraction reform are designed to make the most of available water. If the proposals are to succeed, we will need more storage. Yet government continues to wave away our demands for the capital allowance for building reservoirs. How will government act to help farmers capture more water during these times of scarcity? Thank you.
Thank you. Tim? Two questions, flooding and water abstraction.
So farmers clearly have a vital role to play in terms of flood prevention, flood alleviation. And this is something we're looking at as part of our overall natural capital strategy and our national resilience review. What we are moving towards is a much more catchment-based approach in terms of flood management. So looking at the whole catchment and how do we make all the different bits of Defra work together. And the first step in that is aligning the boundaries of Natural England, which runs the Countryside Stewardship Scheme, and the Environment Agency, which runs flood planning, to make that much more coherent and consistent. But that is certainly an area we are looking at. You know, on the subject of reservoirs, I did make the point in my speech that our recent rural planning review specifically is looking at permitting around reservoirs, so making it easier for farmers to build on-farm reservoirs. And I strongly, the consultation is open on that. So if you are very keen to put in reservoirs, and I know a lot of Norfolk farmers are, I strongly encourage you to contribute to that consultation, which, you know, I work very closely with my counterpart at DCLG, Greg Clark, on planning issues. I think that is really important. And I totally agree, we need to get much better at the way we manage water. Abstraction in the winter, being able to use those resources throughout the year is very important. And we are working on this at Defra, having a more coherent water strategy that looks at the whole picture. But I'm very supportive on reservoirs, and we have got this specific consultation out on planning at the moment.
Thank you very much for that, and I apologise, I'm sorry, but the Secretary of State does have to make her way back to London. I think the whips have been fairly sort of vocal in their demands that you're back in London by sort of 2 o'clock, but we're very grateful you've come here this morning. But picking up that issue on the water abstraction, because again, water is going to become a big issue, and we were very grateful for the machinery allowance, £200,000, 5-year tax averaging. If only a way could be found that we could have some form of infrastructure allowance for the building of reservoirs, for farm buildings, farm infrastructure, then we can actually help to grow that rural economy.
I'm sure the Treasury has heard what you've said, Meurig.
I do hope you take the message back as well. But can I thank you on behalf of Conference, and again for your very strong message on bovine TB. We look forward to your food and farming plan and your message about backing British farming. It is so important. Exports is going to be a dynamic, and please put as much resource into sourcing those new export markets, because the industry, I don't need to say to you how difficult it is at the moment with low prices. A lot of young people here, you talk about apprenticeships, young people coming into farming. Let's not make these people disillusioned, because there is very little profitability in the industry. So again, we need that strong farming and food industry, and then we can, as I say, grow that rural economy. Grocery code adjudicator, we fed in on that. And lastly, I'll just say that I believe there's an important Council of Ministers meeting on the 14th of March in Brussels. We, the NFU, are going to put a paper to that council where we can think of some ideas where we can actually support sectors of the farming industry at the moment that are finding it extremely difficult to actually sort of make a profit. So again, we'll be in touch on that in the sort of near future. So can I thank you for coming along here this morning. Please, Conference, show your appreciation in the usual way.
Thank you.
We wish you well for the future, and now it gives me pleasure to hand over to Guy for the next session. Over to you, Guy. Thank you. Okay, Matt.
A good morning, conference. For the second time, you humble and rather daunt a simple Essex peasant to stand in front of you. I'm very, yeah. Thank you, Essex. I'm very aware that in an election year, it's very inappropriate for a candidate to try and take undue advantage of a platform he might be given. But I'd just like to say how absolutely splendid you all look this morning. Particularly the Southwest, who look very chipper. That's always... Conference, I think I said last year that volatility was probably a good single word to describe the backdrop for agriculture in 2014 and 15. And probably volatility in terms of the weather and in terms of politics remains a good way to describe the environment we work in. In terms of markets, volatility is probably becoming a bit tired. Volatility suggests that on the back of poor prices, good prices will quickly follow. And I think we're conscious that as we enter a third year of depressed prices, margins are getting very thin and farming is becoming more challenging. And at these times, we really need to be on top of our game, particularly on things like marketing. I'm now going to say something quite shocking. I'd like to publicly thank the RPA for improving the way I've marketed my wheat this year. Firstly, they came out in force and inspected my farm twice. Mr. Grimshaw, it's always a pleasure to see your boys in my manor, although 3 times in 5 years does seem a bit excessive. And then by keeping me short of money through December and January and most of February and probably March, you encouraged me to sell my wheat early, which in hindsight was a smart thing to do. But Mr. Grimshaw, it's now all gone. I'd really like to see that money as soon as possible. We will accept cash, 10% reduction, if you've got it on you at the moment. This need to look to the wider game when times are tough is what this session, second session, is about this morning. I think we're all aware that occasions such as these are a time for us to scan the horizon, to keep our ear to the ground, to understand what's going on in the bigger picture. And I think this is what our 2 next speakers will help us do this morning. Our second speaker, Jean-Marc Trarieux, is head of unit for the Americas at the European Commission. And I'm sure Jean-Marc will give us a good insight on trade and trade negotiations as they stand. But our first speaker, I'm sure, will give us a good analysis of the wider global economic scene. I've heard Mark speak many times, and I always come away a bit wiser. I sometimes tease him by asking him what exactly the wheat price is going to be for the next 12 months. And he always replies quite rightly, much the same, unless supply and demand changes its tune, which is always a good response. So, along with Alan Wilkinson, an old friend from HSBC, head of food and farming, Please welcome the Head of Economics for HSBC, Mark Berrisford-Smith. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, where's the clicker, Alan? Where's the clicker? Morning, everybody. Morning. Well, last time I spoke to you, I think was 4 years ago. And what different times that was. Prices were higher, the exchange rate was more favourable, and we all thought the global economy was eventually going to improve. And I probably told you that. And if I told you that, I'm very sorry. Because I've just sat through the first hour and a bit of this conference, and I have to say, it's not exactly been a barrel of laughs, has it? Not at least until Guy there got hold of it. Now, whatever his career in the NFU, you know, if he doesn't get what he wants, he could always take to the stage. And maybe if he doesn't get his payment in the next few weeks, if you happen to be around Essex in one of the comedy clubs, you might come across him doing a little turn to supplement his income. Am I going to cheer you up in the next 20 minutes? No. So if you really can't take any bad news, or more bad news, I won't be terribly offended if you sneak off out quietly and go and get a coffee. Danish pastry would be nice. So where are we 4 years from last time I was here? Well, to say the least, things in the global economy have not improved in the way that was hoped. The really big picture is that we still live in a very discombobulated, confused world. It's not as we hoped it would be. Now, of course, the general view of this is that the global economy is still gradually healing from the effects of the financial crisis of 2007-8. But as time goes on, you do begin to wonder whether it's not the crisis that's now causing the problems, but it's other deep-rooted issues that might have been there even if the crisis hadn't happened. Savings gluts in some parts of the world, too much debt in others, a general malaise in capital expenditure, aging populations, inflation rates at or very close to zero in lots of countries. All this makes the environment very tough. And more to the point, such recoveries as we've had have been on the innovative, strange, mysterious policies by central banks. You know, I've read my kids all the Harry Potter books over the years. There's no magic in those books, half as strange as central banks doing quantitative easing. We've done billions and billions of trillions of it. To what effect? I'm not quite sure. We've done all sorts of strange things, asset purchase facilities, long-term refinancing operations, negative interest rates. And over the last few years, it's become as if the people around the world that run the central banks are the new demigods, the new messiahs sent to sort out the global economic mess. Except we're now beginning to wonder whether they are the messiahs at all, whether they do have the answers. And even if they do, they're running out of ammunition. It's not quite clear what comes next. So is it any wonder that we're seeing such a rocky start to the year in financial markets? Now, financial markets are not, it has to be said, always the most understandable, comprehensible, even some would say sensible people on this planet. I'm an economist. I'm supposed to understand these things, and often I struggle to work out what the heck's going on. Certainly, it does seem rather odd that we take such a large cue from what happens in China. China, after all, is a very important economy these days. But its stock market is not exactly what you'd call sophisticated and developed. It is populated by large numbers of retail investors. Retail investors tend to cut and run at the first sign of trouble, which is indeed what has happened. So yes, we will have to take notice of China. We cannot ignore it. It isn't just America that we must now look to see how things are going to shape out on global markets. But taking such a heavy cue from what happens on the Shanghai stock market does seem rather odd. Indeed, the current strange juxtaposition of affairs in the global economy was no better summed up than about 3 weeks ago on the Radio 4 News one Wednesday evening. The first headline, Shanghai stock market falls again. Second headline, unemployment in the UK falls by 100,000. Well, why was the Chinese headline put first? I'd have thought the one about our unemployment rate was far more important. So I think we do tend to blow this thing a bit out of proportion. But clearly, there are worries out there. Equally, it does not mean we are heading down the barrel of another global recession. I know I say this nearly every time I speak, and will say it almost nearly every time I will do talks in the future. The old American economist Samuelson once said the American stock market had accurately predicted 7 of the last 2 recessions. That counts. That goes for all stock markets, and that count is probably about 15 of the last 4. The stock market's falling a long way means that there are worries. There are often worries. Doesn't mean to say anything bad is necessarily going to happen. You can, of course, talk yourself into these things, and it's very important that the world in general doesn't talk itself into another crisis. There's no need for another crisis. So certainly there are worries. There are worries about China. There are worries about oil. More recently, there have even been worries about banks. There are all sorts of things to worry about. And this year will be a tricky one for the global economy. But it doesn't mean to say we're going back to 2007, 2008 all over again. Now, of course, we've all heard lots and lots about China. Apparently, there are lots of recently lots of interesting TV programs which I haven't got round to catching up on, but will do. But they're not going to tell us anything we didn't know, and they're not going to tell us anything I didn't tell you 4 years ago. We've known for a long time that China is going to change. We've also known that China is going to slow. Quite why it comes as such a shock to investors, I really don't know. It was always going to slow. Economies always do. The chances are, if you've had 30 years of double-digit growth, you won't get 40. And China certainly won't. If China gets back to double-digit growth again, you need to get extremely worried. So it will slow, it will change. And indeed, China is becoming a bit like us, as you would expect as it gets richer. Its economy will change. The way its people want to work will change. What they expect in terms of their own living standards, their lifestyle, what they expect their governments to deliver to them in public services will change. So their economy becomes more like shopping and housing, a bit like ours. And retail sales in China have held up fairly well, and the property market is again reviving, helped in part by measures taken by the Chinese government. I don't doubt that China is going through a tricky phase. The Chinese government has certainly seemed rather less adept and sure-footed in its policy management than it used to. But it has lots of ammunition. Unlike the rest of the world, which is running out of it, China still has plenty. So I think come the second half of the year, things will start to look better from China. Now, of course, what's happened in recent years, especially for farmers, has a lot to do with commodity prices and the fact they're not what they were. And that's partly driven by what's happening in China and to the global economy in general, and in agriculture also down to weather. But it doesn't mean to say that there's no demand for this stuff anymore. Often you hear people talk about this stuff and you think China isn't consuming any of this stuff anymore. Well, it is. I could show you examples of products where China is buying a lot less than it used to. Plenty of metals, for instance, where China accounts for half the global demand. It's not like that in the case of agricultural commodities. Now, what China buys in terms of farm produce varies from one year to another and can vary quite dramatically. So look at their imports of wheat, for instance. They spike, they're all over the place. Some years they're up, some years they're down. It's because of domestic market conditions, and sometimes it's because they buy other things instead of wheat. They might buy barley instead. Next one. Ditto in the milk market. They seem now to be buying lots more liquid milk. Yes, they buy less powder. They buy more liquid. So they're still a major market for agricultural products, and they will continue to be. What's changed is that the exponential increase that we saw in imports of all sorts of products going into China has, for the time at least, not so much come to an end, but it's run out of steam. Over the years to come, I would still expect China to import more of most commodities than it does today. Simply that the rate of increase isn't going to be what we were used to. So, it's a difficult commodity environment. The price of oil has fallen by about 3/4. Food prices, I know it's tough, but food prices have fallen nothing like as much as has oil and many other commodity prices, particularly metals prices. Now, is that likely to change? Is the commodity landscape likely to change in the imminent future? I'm afraid it is not. Because as we've seen, it isn't just about demand. It's also going to be about supply. I was told when I was a kid, at the time of the first oil crisis, that the world was going to run out. We were going to run out of all sorts of commodities. And yet we didn't, and we haven't. And it doesn't look as if we ever will. We are drowning in lots of these commodities. We are drowning in oil. You can almost say we're nearly drowning in wheat. And you farmers know better than anybody else, there is no better fertilizer than price. And when prices go very high for a sustained period, what happens? You get a lot more supply. It happens in farming products, it happens in everything else. And unless supply now adjusts, unless there is less supply, it is going to take a long time to sort a lot of these commodity overhangs out. No, leave it. Certainly in the case of the oil markets. Now, I cannot tell you what's going to happen to the price of oil. It's largely down to the Russians and the King of Saudi Arabia. They could come to some agreement that will get the price of oil up $20, $30 a barrel pretty quickly, but they may not. And if they don't, it's going to take quite some time to sort all of this out. We could be in a period of sluggish commodity prices for several years. And in the meantime, we've got a global economy, which is still in what you could best describe as a state of semi-slumber. It grows. It does grow. Don't listen to all the naysayers and the doomsters. It does grow. It just doesn't grow as fast as it used to. And it doesn't grow as fast as we thought it would. So the best way to describe it is a state of semi-slumber where it has been for about 5 years. The problem is we thought by now it would be in somewhat better shape. In particular, what's happened in the last 5 years is that some of the BRIC economies have somewhat fallen off their perch. Think of it think of it like deck chairs being moved around the sun deck on an ocean-going liner. Some of the chairs that were once in the sun have now been pushed into the shade. I think the Brazilian, Russian deck chairs have probably been pushed over the side. Those economies, once high-flying, are now in multi-year deep recessions, and nobody talks about BRICS anymore. The other two are still contributing considerably to global economic growth. China is still growing at a considerable pace, just not what it was and not quite what was expected. India has now overtaken China as the fastest growing of the major emerging economies. I don't think India will ever deliver us 30 years of double-digit growth, but it certainly ought to grow faster than China from here on in, simply because it's further back on its development process. So some of those deck chairs have got pushed into the shade, others have come more to the sun. Like us, and like the Americans. Now, it may be unjust, it may be ironic, it might even be unfair. Some of the economies that were at the epicenter of the global financial crisis and what went before it are now the ones that are doing the best. Britain and America and Germany all have full employment. They have, to all intents and purposes, recovered. It's only their very low interest rates that would now mark them out as being anything abnormal. You know, they are growing at a decent pace. They have used up their spare capacity. Britain, America, and Germany between us are over a quarter of the global economy. Yet, you hear tons of headlines bemoaning what's going on in China, not to mention all the TV documentaries. Does anyone pop up and present anything about how well Britain, America, and Germany are all doing? Now, the growth rates are not stellar, I grant you. You know, we are advanced post-industrial nations. You know, what determines our growth is our increase in population and productivity. And it's never, in a steady state, going to be much more than 2%. But nonetheless, we're doing pretty well. And so are some others. Sweden, Poland, even Spain is on the way to recovery. And if you ever thought that redemption in economics was not possible, then just look at Ireland and Iceland. Basket cases 8 years ago. Now both of them well on the way to solid recoveries. There are, of course, laggards. There are still some that haven't yet really got recovery in their teeth. Italy and France would be the most obvious of those. And of course, this year it is going to be very tough for anybody who is a large exporter of oil and other commodities. So if you're Saudi Arabia, if you're Nigeria, if you're Mexico, if you're Chile, if you're Mongolia and all sorts of other places, it is going to be really quite tough, even Canada and Australia. So it's a two-part world, those who export commodities and those who import. And those who import are going to have, like ourselves, a relatively good time. And so, towards the end of last year, we did finally take one halting step towards normalization. The Americans, after much careful communication and lots of agonizing, or at least they pretended to agonize, finally put up an interest rate in December. Interest rates in America are no longer quite zero. It was rather hoped that would be the first of a series of increase and that they would follow through with several more this year and that they would affect properly their escape from zero bound. But of course, all the news in the markets this last few months a lot of that news has been about whether America will now carry on putting interest rates or whether indeed it will even have to go back into reverse. Next one. The other thing that was... I'll go to the next one, sorry, I missed one. Yeah, go back. Oh, no, go. The other thing that was assumed after America put up interest rates was that Mr. Carney and his 9 wise men and women down at the Bank of England would soon follow suit. So why is sterling where it is today? You'll be quite glad where sterling is today. Why is it there? Because, in large measure, it now appears we will not follow America's lead. Foreign exchange markets are very strange and mysterious things, but they tend to price a long way ahead. And sterling's rally over the last couple of years, the one that's hurt the sterling values of your basic payments, that rally was driven largely by an expectation that the British would put up interest rates not long after the Americans did. So the Americans put up interest rates, and what happens here? Well, Mr. Carney had uttered words along the lines of the interest rate decision will come into sharper focus at the turn of the year. Now, as we all know with Mr. Carney, he needs a translator. And what that meant was we might put interest rates up at Christmas time. Except, of course, it then became apparent that they were going to do no such thing. And everything we've heard from them since suggests that they are in no hurry, and they are certainly not going to do it this side of a Brexit referendum. So early autumn is probably now the earliest they would think of putting up an interest rate. Our best guess currently is November. So that change of sentiment about when interest rates here start to rise, despite the fact the economy is almost at full employment, despite the fact we've used up all our spare capacity, they're in no hurry. And the fact they're in no hurry is what's keeping the pound lower, that and the prospect of a Brexit referendum. Now, I have to say, you need to be, well, it's hard to know what you farmers ought to wish for on June the 23rd. If we vote to leave, then I think you could probably expect a roller coaster ride for the pound, and you'll probably get a very favourable exchange rate in September. If, however, the nation votes to stay, that will all be done and dusted, and I suspect the pound will rally. So take heed what you wish for. Next one. Oh, that's it. Yeah. So how to sum up where we've been and where we're going? It is a strange world, and it's not fixed. Used to think it will all be done and dusted and fixed by 2015, but that was a year ago, and it's clearly going to take much, much longer. Indeed, the risk is that we take so long to fix whatever went wrong in the last crisis and the last global downturn that we'll be hit by the next one before we've done the job. That now seems to me highly likely. So, an imminent return to the sort of global economy we had in 2007-8 and the sort of global economic prospects which fueled all those commodity prices? No, I don't think so. But are we going back to the sort of commodity prices we had in the 80s and 90s? Equally, no, I don't think so. And for one very good overarching reason. The global economy is not the same as it was 20, 30 years ago. It has been radically transformed. It has been reshaped by large emerging economies. Now, I know they're having a tough time at the moment. Adjusting to life with very low oil prices and commodity prices will be difficult for many, but they're not going to go away. The fundamental structure of the global economy has altered and will not go back to how it was. And that means that year in, year out, more of global economic growth will come from economies which are still at a commodity-intensive phase in their development, rather than growth being driven by services-intensive economies as it was in the 80s and 90s. So there is some hope there, but I have to say, don't expect the global economy to return to where it was pre-2008 anytime soon. The only comfort is that I think we can be reasonably optimistic about our chances in Britain. This is one of the economies that has recovered. It's taken a long time, but we have recovered well. We are very close to full employment. And we do better than most other advanced economies in terms of jobs, in terms of growth. Our record on job creation in the teeth of pretty steep population growth has been nothing short of remarkable. An economy that has created over 2 million jobs in the last 6 years can't be doing too much wrong. So that's my take on things. From a Berkshire peasant, I'll hand you back to the Essex one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. So if I understand that correctly, we vote out in June, we crash the pound and we cash in. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd just like to assure him that that isn't NFU policy. We are taking a more neutral stance at this moment in time. Our next guest speaker is Jean-Marc Trarieux, who works in the European Commission in Brussels, in the Agricultural Department, under the leadership of Commissioner Phil Hogan, who spoke here last. Mr. Trarieux is currently responsible for trade relations with the Americas, North and South. That includes negotiations with the US, the TTIP and Mercosur countries. He grew up on a farm in Limousin, and we're always welcome to fellow farmers here. Jean-Marc, good to see you. In southwest France, and graduated as an agricultural engineer. He has been posted in the Baltic states, in Warsaw and Poland, in Washington, and has worked for 5 years on the World Trade Organization. Jean-Marc, welcome, and the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Vice President Smith, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to address the NFU Annual Conference, and I want to thank the NFU for this opportunity. Thank you, Vice President, for this introduction. As you said, I had the privilege to be born and bred on a family livestock farm in Limousin, France. As all good NFU members would know, Limousin cattle is probably the best cattle breed in the world. Okay, I'm advised that Hereford or Welsh Black may come close, but not quite. By now, you may have realized that there are people at the European Commission with deep rural roots indeed. My commissioner, Phil Hogan, who spoke here last year, is from rural Kilkenny in Ireland. He asked me to convey a couple of messages to you. First, he gives me his warm, personal wishes to all of the delegates of the NFU conference. Second, he asked me to convey the message that last year he was right in predicting that Ireland would do well with the horses at Cheltenham and the rugby. But this year he is more confident about the horses than the rugby. I would simply add to the Welsh rugby fans here, good luck to Wales on Friday night. They may need some. So moving on, my direct boss in Brussels, a gentleman called John Clark, happens to be from rural Yorkshire, from the same place as your talented NFU rep in Brussels, Adam Bedford. So we are all proud representatives of rural Europe in Brussels. We are all there to promote and defend the EU's ag interests in our trade relations with third countries. Let me recall a few figures about EU ag trade and its place
on the global stage, and then I will update you on the EU trade agenda with a focus on TTIP. So the EU is the world's #1 importer of agri-food products. So much for Fortress Europe, by the way. The EU is also #1 exporter. We export and import a lot, but we maintain an overall ag trade surplus. Figures for 2015 just came in. EU ag exports amounted to 129 billion euros, EU ag imports to 113, so which gave a surplus of about 16 billion euros, slightly down from 2014, but still very significant. The greatest performance on the export side is registered with high value-added products. The EU is not the most price competitive producer of commodities, but has comparative advantages when it comes to fine food and beverages. Our strategy is to take advantage of this opportunity by pursuing new markets, and this is exactly what EU trade policy is all about. Trade policy is one of the very few exclusive competencies of the EU. The EU negotiates on behalf of all member states and over 500 million citizens. Our objective is to secure comprehensive and ambitious trade deals that strike a balance between our export interests and our import-sensitive products. The overall framework in which we negotiate trade agreements is the one established by the WTO agreements of 1994. Since then, in the absence of progress in the Doha development round, launched in 2001, WTO members have engaged in bilateral and regional trade agreements, which have led to a reduction or even elimination of customs duties. More recent agreements, conducted by the EU or other WTO members, go much beyond trade in goods. They cover an ever-increasing number of sectors issues linked to trade, from services to procurement, from labor and environment to regulatory cooperation. These bilateral or regional advances have in common to bring the level of ambition in terms of trade liberalization much beyond what is established under the WTO, and also beyond what was envisaged in the context of the WTO Doha round in 2008, at least when it comes to tariffs in agriculture. The EU continues to support the WTO, but at the same time, we cannot ignore the trading opportunities offered by FTAs, free trade agreements. This is a strong political axis that is promoted by the European Commission and supported by member states and the European Parliament. The European Council last Saturday recalled exactly that in its conclusions, referring to the need to pursue an active and ambitious trade policy and ambitious bilateral trade and investment agreements with third countries in a spirit of reciprocity and mutual benefit. This political objective was further developed in a communication by the European Commission issued last October entitled Trade for All. The priority given to negotiations with the US is recalled there, as well as the importance of recently concluded agreements like CETA with Canada and other ongoing negotiations, such as Mercosur. A deepening of existing agreements with Mexico and Chile is envisaged, and new negotiations are foreseen, notably with Australia and with New Zealand. Needless to say, these are highly competitive ag exporters, so that is an ambitious and challenging trade agenda indeed. But at the same time, it shall bring new export opportunities. Negotiations are also carried out with net importing countries, such as Japan and other Asian countries. Many of them are concluding agreements with our direct competitors, be it the US, Australia, or New Zealand, particularly within the framework of TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The issue there is therefore about not being left behind on these markets. Let me expand further on what we are doing on TTIP to get a sense of what those trade negotiations are about. Where are we? We started formally mid-2013 after 1 year of important preparation. Since then, 11 weeks or rounds of negotiations have taken place, and one is held in Brussels this week. When will negotiations finish? The only possible answer is that substance must prevail over speed. Having said that, political calendars on one side of the Atlantic or the other play an obvious role. What matters is that the two sides have the political willingness to advance the negotiations, and that is certainly the case. What should we expect from TTIP? The ambition is unprecedented. The geopolitical dimension should not be underestimated beyond trade interests. This is, of course, true for any trade agreement, but even more so in the case of TTIP. The issues that touch agriculture most directly relate to import tariffs, non-tariff measures, sanitary measures, and geographical indications. If you want to get an idea of what an FTA looks like, you may wish to review the agreement concluded with Canada. That is 1,600 pages long, that makes great bedtime read. This is a deal with very substantial liberalization and reinforced cooperation mechanisms, for instance, on sanitary questions. At the same time, the EU has not changed its requirements on hormone-free beef or ractopamine-free pork vis-à-vis Canada. Note that these should not be referred to as non-tariff barriers, but as requirements that must be respected by imported products, just like EU products do. The US exports beef to the EU already today, but that beef is hormone-free. TTIP will not change that. On poultry, we do today import massive volumes from Brazil or Thailand as they respect EU standards on antimicrobial treatments. If tomorrow the commercial interest is there for the US as a result of TTIP, we can expect investment from American operators to do the same. On pork, likewise, you can see US ractopamine-free pork going to the Chinese market. One word on geographical indications. This is one of the key objectives of the EU. It is linked to the promotion of quality food products within the EU. We obtain protection for RGIs in our FTAs. This is standard. This is a must-have. We succeeded in this with Canada, a similar market compared to the one of the US, and we are pushing this issue certainly with the US. Of course, there is a strong opposition from the US, particularly from the dairy sector, which uses names of European cheeses, in particular Italian and Greek ones. On this, like on anything else, if there is a political will, there will be a way forward. On tariffs now, we have advanced significantly in the negotiations. To put it simply, we have already proposed to eliminate 97% of import tariffs on both sides, either at entry into force or progressively over a certain period of time. Non-ag products are all included in the 97%. That means only 3% of the lines that remain to be negotiated, those ones are all ag lines in the case of the EU. They correspond to EU-sensitive products, for instance, meats. The modalities of opening the market on EU-sensitive products remains to be negotiated. Beyond short-term considerations about the evolution of price or the exchange rate between the EU and the US, import sensitivities go back to elements of a structural nature. The price gap and differences in production costs observed between the EU and the US on a series of products stem from structural differences at production and or processing level. Structures have certainly evolved in the EU. They will continue to do so, and we can say that the CAP is accompanying that process. But the EU ag model remains different and will remain different to what we see in the US, in Australia, or in Mercosur countries. So beyond trade, this then amounts to a societal choice, and this must be duly respected and taken into consideration in trade negotiations. Can we reconcile these apparent contradictions in FTAs? This is, of course, not easy, but again, if the political will is there, it is not impossible. Some are tempted to call for the exclusion of ag sectors from such trade agreements. This is not a tenable approach in comprehensive and ambitious agreements, such as those pursued by the EU. If we negotiate with the US and the countries in the Cairns Group, of course, we must expect significant contributions in agriculture. Otherwise, we will not obtain satisfactory outcomes on our offensive interests in agriculture and beyond. Some products were excluded in our agreement with Canada: poultry and eggs, and most dairy, except cheese, but this was at the request of Canada. It must therefore be kept in mind that the rule in FTAs is liberalization, meaning the elimination of customs duties. That is the general rule, and of course the exception to the rules, that is the alternative to complete liberalization, is the subject of the negotiations. The toolbox used can be more or less varied, and some trading partners are particularly inventive. Looking at the result of TPP, that is public, the range is rich, with remarkably long implementing periods, for example, or complex safeguard clauses. The tools used by the EU have the merit of being simple. For products identified as sensitive, import quotas are opened at a preferential duty with a fixed volume. Certain partners establish temporary quotas before full liberalization or temporary safeguard clauses. This would not be coherent with the idea that differences in price competitiveness are structural. Over 5 years, 10 years or more, these sectors are due to still be sensitive. So quotas open in FTAs are the principal tools for treating sensitive products. The chief battle, then, is to establish the parameters of these quotas, principally volumes. Taken in an isolated way, they may not appear problematic if we are happy to compare them to the total production, for instance, or total consumption in the entire EU. But the assessment should not stop there. It is the accumulation of concessions in different FTAs of the past, those ongoing and those to come, that must be kept in mind, and the effect on domestic prices and therefore farm income. In view of the EU trade agenda, our room for maneuver is very limited, and our partners need to realize that and calibrate their expectations accordingly. This is an exercise of overall coherence which is necessary, added to the fact that each FTA has its own dynamic, with a balance to be found between offensive and defensive interests of each party. To give an example, the US must satisfy EU requests on public procurement or for the protection of EU GIs, geographical indications, if they want to pursue their own offensive interests, for example, in meats. As you may realize, there is no complete recipe for these negotiations. It is certainly on a case-by-case basis, otherwise there would be no negotiations. The EU basic objectives in the negotiations with the US, as in every free trade negotiations, are simple: balance and coherence towards a comprehensive and ambitious agreement. Let me wrap up with few words on the role an organization like the NFU can play on trade policy and in those negotiations. For the European Commission, it is essential to receive high-quality inputs from EU stakeholders on general issues, but also very specific ones, like non-tariff issues, like offensive and defensive elements. These inputs are provided either directly or via member states' governments. That is what the NFU does with a strong and effective presence in Brussels. Let me express our appreciation for your excellent work. To be continued. Thank you very much.
Jean-Marc, many thanks. It's an extremely complex area, which I'm sure is difficult to distill down into a quarter of an hour, but I think you made a good go at it, so many thanks for that. Okay, we've got quarter of an hour for questions. We've got a few lined up, but can I ask for 2 questions to Mark, Chris Rumming and Mike Hambley to come to the microphones, please. And could John Charles Jones and James Small also get ready? Chris, are you by a microphone or am I going blind? Has he gone somewhere else? Or are you not here at all? Which is a bit of a stupid question, really.
Yep, just arrived.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, please fire away.
I'm a poultry farmer and a member of the NFU's poultry industry course. If you were entering the world of agriculture right now, which farming sector would you choose and why?
Mark.
Perhaps I wouldn't enter at all. Be the simplest answer. I wouldn't profess enough expertise in farming to know which ones I should go into or which ones I should not. I think that's probably the simplest one. So I'm afraid I'm going to duck that one.
Moving swiftly on, Mr. Hambley.
Thank you, Guy. Question to you, Mr. Berrisford-Smith. We know that the Secretary of State thinks that UK farming doesn't need a plan B in the event of a Brexit. What would be the view of HSBC? Do you see that as irresponsible? And finally, does agriculture for the UK look as attractive outside the EU?
Firstly, what's going to happen if we vote to leave the EU is a fairly lengthy national debate about how we continue to support farming. And so I think in that sense it is quite right that there is no plan B. It's something, if it comes to it, we're going to have plenty of time to think about this. And we're going to have to get it right. It will be a very important debate, and I think it's probably one we best have if we need to have it rather than have it now. Because it will be difficult. It will be contentious. Formulating policy for how we support farming outside of the EU is not the sort of thing that's going to be done overnight. So I'm afraid to say that what that means for farming will be an extended period of uncertainty in the case of a Brexit vote. I mean, we know that the whole process could be wrapped in 2 years from the date that Mr. Cameron, if it comes to it, or his successor, writes a letter under Article 50 to ask to leave the EU. But the issues are so complicated, it is quite likely it will take a good deal longer than 2 years. Now, I'm not going to put dates on how long it would take. But I think 2 years is optimistic, and so that there is bound to be an extended period of uncertainty for all businesses as we try to work out what the relationships might be. The government can stand up and formulate its general policy the day after the vote if we vote to leave, but actually nailing that down and then getting those elements that need negotiating with the EU done. Is likely to be a job of several years. So I think yes, it's a very problematic debate, a very important debate, and it's not going to be done quickly.
Mark, can I just push you on that? Because obviously, the next 4 months are going to be very intense, very interesting, and that decision that's made in June will be the start to this story. Now, are HSBC going to sit on the fence? Because, we are reliant on good people like you to give us good economic analysis. You know better than we do. So, what's the HSBC view here? Are you going to get involved? Are you going to take a line? Or are you going to stand back?
I'm not sure what we, as members of staff of the bank, are going to be allowed to do. This is as yet very early days. But you might have noticed our chief exec, Stuart Gulliver, has said on a couple of occasions that he is in favour of Britain remaining in a reformed EU. And one must assume that the reforms that David Cameron negotiated are sufficient for him, because he signed. There was a letter published, I think, this morning from 36 fairly senior business leaders, and he's one of the signatories to that letter. So one assumes he is of the view that there has been sufficient reform negotiated in Cameron's deal. And so in that sense, the bank is already taking a fairly public stance. Certainly, there are other financial institutions whose CEOs did not sign that letter this morning. In terms of our economic analysis, what we've already put out in the public domain says that we believe there is no compelling case to leave. But I think you also have to accept. I think we all have to accept that the decision, when it is made, will be made by people on a variety of issues. It won't just be made on the economics. It will be made on all sorts of other things, whether it's migration, borders, sovereignty, the cohesion of the United Kingdom, even the cohesion of the Conservative Party. All of those could well come into people's decisions. And at the end of the day, the role of a financial services provider like ourselves, like any of the others, is actually to help our customers through whatever happens. And yes, we can take a stance on what we think the economics of this might tell us, but at the end of the day, it is not for HSBC or anyone else to tell you how to vote or to second guess the views of the British people democratically expressed and freely given.
Okay, good answer. So 2 questions for Jean-Marc. James.
Thank you, Guy. It's to do with the TTIP. There are concerns that the TTIP trade negotiations could pave the way for food products produced to standards that are less rigorous than our own. But is this correct? Is TTIP a threat or an opportunity to UK agriculture? And what are the strategies for protecting vulnerable sectors here in the UK?
Jean-Marc, would you like to go at that one?
Sure. Thanks for the question. In short, the EU sanitary standards are not up for negotiations. I've explained that has been stated politically early on in the negotiations, whether it is about hormones in beef or ractopamine in pork production. Then on the sensitive products or vulnerable sectors that you refer to, the toolbox that we use in trade negotiations, as I explained, you have different instruments. One is long staging. If you consider that some sectors can adapt after, say, 10 years, that is something that has been done in the past by the US in its FTAs. But then we, the EU, consider that permanent quotas are the best instrument to address the most sensitive sectors. Then, of course, TTIP will bring new opportunities vis-à-vis the US. The EU exports a lot to the US. The UK can see opportunities on products like lamb, whether it is Welsh lamb or West Country lamb. I'm sure US consumers will just go for it. dairy products. We have opportunities on the US market. Butter, for instance, prices are high now, but again, you should not negotiate such an agreement just based on last year's market situation. But still, we expect major market opportunities in a sector like dairy on the US market. That's where maybe you have the most comprehensive challenges in the negotiations, because you have significant tariffs on the US market for dairy products. And I would add to that, in general, processed products, processed ag products. We are in the city of Cadbury. That kind of products are doing very well on the US market, and certainly TTIP will further promote that.
Okay, thank you. John, and could I ask Richard Bauer to get ready, please? John?
Thank you, Guy. Gentlemen, I regard myself as a simple farmer from Robin Hood country in Nottinghamshire, but I'm sure I'm not alone in this hall today in regarding many of the detailed issues concerning a possible Brexit as being very, very complicated. Trade is undoubtedly going to be at the heart of the Brexit debate, or perhaps I should say it should be. The in-camp refer to the need to have trade deals and to utilise those trade deals that are already in place. The out-camp feel that the UK can go and negotiate its own trade deals. But how realistic is this view? What actually is involved? And Jean-Marc, I think you have particular experience from the long Canada-EU deal. And perhaps you can elaborate about exactly how long it's taken to reach the stage it's at, and what have particularly been some of the complexities involved. Thank you.
Jean-Marc?
Yeah, thank you. So on the second part of your question on the experience the EU had negotiating an agreement with Canada, indeed it took a certain number of years. If you count, it would be 4 to 5 years to negotiate a free trade agreement with Canada. It takes 2 to tango, so it depends on those trade negotiations, how fast the two parties want to reach the finishing line. But indeed, it was complex. In agriculture, what is significant is that the final numbers were established on sensitive products all the way until the end, at the highest political level. So that was about cheese for Canada, pork and beef for the EU. So that kind of political trade-offs were reached only at the very end.
Okay, Richard, are you about?
Yeah, I'm here, Guy.
Right, sorry. For those who don't know, Richard is the chair of our Next Generation Board. Richard, please, your question.
And I'm also a young farmer as well. This question is from Mark Berrisford-Smith. Each quarterly set of statistics seem to see a new record when it comes to level of farm borrowing. How worried are you about the current level of farm borrowing?
Farming is an industry which, I think as we know, is blessed with an asset, which is its land, which has made it an attractive and preferred sector for banks to lend into. Now, there is, of course, one huge area of uncertainty that, taken as a whole, am I worried about the level of borrowing of the farm sector? No, I'm not. Might that be different in the uncertainties post a Brexit referendum? Yes, it could well be. The reason in the end that sorting out a post-Brexit landscape is so tricky is that the uncertainties along the way, and depending on what's eventually decided, is obviously likely to have some impact in the end on land prices and rents. If that deal ends up in a significant reduction in support and subsidy. Now, it's possible that whatever is sorted out afterwards wouldn't do that, in which case in which case, after a period of some uncertainty, things might get back relatively to as they are now. But if it turns out to be as a result of a long national debate that we decide as a society that we're going to support farmers less than we do today, then expect to see that eventually come out of land and rents. Actually, it might come out fairly quickly. So in that situation, the level of borrowings could be an issue. In general, though, as where we stand today, it's not, you know, it's not a massive issue. Certainly not the same sort of issue to the banks, for instance, as you'd have seen in our results yesterday, that the oil and gas sector is. So not at the moment, but in a Brexit scenario, it could be.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more before lunch. So Richard Finlay, please, a question for Jean-Marc.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. When it comes to some of our fresh produce, imports from outside the EU are subject to a variable rate of import duty. This helps support our seasonal producers. Given that our sheep market is seasonal and we increasingly switch between northern and southern hemisphere lamb, what would need to happen for such a seasonal approach to be taken with import duties and tariffs on lamb?
Jean-Marc.
Thanks for that, and that's a very forward-looking question for negotiations with a partner strong on sheep, one or two partners, I guess, Australia, New Zealand. We have not started with negotiations, so these are early days. I guess I would explain that what you refer to on fruit and veg are not variable duties. What we have in the EU is a system whereby you have a fixed import duty on fruit and vegetables, except in outside the EU production season. So it's on a case-by-case, product-by-product. This is part of our WTO commitment, the EU WTO schedule of tariffs. So, of course, as part of an FTA, a free trade agreement, you can discuss with your partner, your FTA partner, if you want to adjust, for instance, the opening of an import quota for a given period. That is a period that is most accommodating for your sensitivity. So, again, this is point for negotiation. We have cases like that, for instance, garlic. We don't want to see garlic, fresh garlic on the EU market when we have our high production season. So, like on this, like on many other issues, detailed input from the NFU, always welcome. Thank you very much, and to the Welsh rugby fans, good luck on Friday night.
You know how to appeal to an audience. Okay, lunch is served. Please be back in good time in your seats for the 2 o'clock start this afternoon. But as you go, could we thank Mark and Jean-Marc one more time? Thank you.
If everybody could please just take their seats. Lovely, thank you. A very warm welcome to this session 3 on markets. I'm delighted to welcome our speakers. To my left, we have Andrew Clark, our Director of Policy. To my right is David Hughes, who is Professor of Food Marketing at the Imperial College in London. Our second speaker is Conor McVeigh, who is UK Supply Director for McDonalds. And then our third speaker is Damian Storie, who is Head of Fresh Meat Development for Bidvest. But without further ado, please could we give a very warm welcome to our first speaker, David Hughes.
Great, thanks, Minette. Delighted to be here. And I've got a lot to get through. We only get 15 minutes, 15 to 18 minutes, and so I'm going to have to ramble through this and keep going at the back there. No slumbering at the back. Off we go. So, what's my title? Brilliant opportunities for British agriculture, but fasten seatbelts and crash helmets on. And I really believe that. I think there are just some brilliant opportunities there. And I know I only had 15 minutes, and so I came up with the first 10 that I could imagine. So let's get cracking. I mean, first of all, it's already been said this morning, we happen to be in a growing market. Here we are, 65 million of us, and sometimes we bitch that there's too many. And let's fast forward 20 years, and we're adding another 10. Now, just imagine being in, say, Japan, where exactly the reverse is happening, when they're moving from about 126 million, and every year they lose 1 million consumers. That's not brilliant. Being in a country which is growing, and it's probably our very best market, I think that's number one. It's brilliant to be in a growing market, particularly for British food. Second one is that often there's a sort of long faces when we talk about this decreasing self-sufficiency. And, you know, for good reason, we should be a bit grumpy. But I see it a different way. I think that, yes, it's been declining. I would suggest it's going to stabilize and then increase, that a greater proportion of our food will come from the UK. Why? Because that's what consumers want. The consumer trend tides are moving in our direction, which I think is just great. That's brilliant too. Okay, if you look at what you can do too in terms of increasing self-sufficiency, let's take a quick look at fruit. I was involved for 20 years on the board of Berry Gardens, and I'm close to what's happening in fresh berries. If you look back 10 years ago at the retail fruit bowl in the UK, the share of various fruits in retail value, there was berries at 12% of the fruit bowl. What is it now? It's 21, coming towards 22%. Of fresh fruit. How can you grow self-sufficiency? By having better varieties, by actually being on song with consumer trends, where you've got products which are easy to snack, which are very tasty, which raise a smile. And what else does it bring? It requires brave growers to invest and expand when they see the opportunity in that market. So can we drive self-sufficiency? Yes, we can. Consumers want us to do that. So what are these sort of changing consumer trends, if you will? Well, it's increasingly complex, the factors that drive purchase behavior. But if you went back to, let's go back, say, 5, 10 years ago, it was largely about price. But it's food, you know, put it in our mouths. It's about taste and about convenience. But increasingly, there are more elements, more attributes that consumers, not least in the UK, want in their food. Of course, they want health and safety, but that sort of move towards health and well-being there's a lot of traction in that trend. Plus, the social impact of food, that's not just Scotch mist. I mean, there's something happening there that consumers want to know that food is being kind to the environment, or food production is kind to the environment, that we look after animals, etc. And that food, particularly for food when we're foodies, and remember, sometimes we're foodies and sometimes we're fuelies, but when we're foodies, when we're just celebrating food, we want the experience, we want the stories associated with food. And that's well reflected. If you look now, that there's a genuine interest in who produces our food. We want to know who actually farms it. Picking up here with Marks and Spencer's, and I'm saying, you know, if you ask the question, how do you like your meat? And I think the answer is with adjectives, please. I want my meat with adjectives. And I think in history in the UK, we're getting much better at adjectives, but we've been particularly good at nouns. And nouns are good, you know, nothing wrong with nouns, but nouns are commodity. Nouns are, what do? I produce beef. And I notice the people who say that increasingly look like the animals they slaughter. They have no necks, red of face, and large hands, and they crush my little one. So what are they? Known provenance, a certain farm, Welsh black, grass-fed, vegetarian diet, you know it all. We have to be creative, think of adjectives that mean something to consumers and that they're willing to pay extra for. And if I look around at farmer-driven products, here we are with Piper's Crisps, the lovely Alex. He's a textbook use of adjectives in a crowded crisp market. I particularly like the Kirby Mallam chorizo. I didn't realize Kirby Mallam was famous for chorizo, but clearly it is. But others, let's move to Northern Ireland. And here we are with Mash Direct. What a great example of taking something at the farm end and then move it into a consumer food. And they fully understand the idea of a story. Or moving to Shropshire, just up the road from where I live. I live in Monmouthshire, in Wales. And here we are with Be Fresh, where a farm-based business from Shropshire understands the need to connect the trends. Healthy and nutritious. It's convenient. So, do you really eat greens? Surely not, Daddy. You just drink them. It's drinking greens. Healthy and nutritious, convenient, premium, minimally processed, all natural, products with provenance, and artisan, not big food. So moving on. And is this need for adjectives in food, is it just a silly British thing or European thing? Not at all. Wherever I go in the world, I see this. In Thailand recently, and looking at their pork, consumers want adjectives in Thailand. They want happy pork. Well, at least happy for a large part of its life. They want all-natural, free-range and herb-fed pork, and they will pay more for it. Next opportunity, which I think is, again, brilliant, is that it is increasingly easy for farmers to link with the final consumer, either selling products direct or having some sort of dialogue with the consumer or the shopper. Well, whether it be through websites, here's Donald Russell, a pretty large business, really, but down to smaller scale businesses like the Cheese Shed and nearer me, actually, Treely Farm. So farmers can get very close to consumers and start to work away at earning the retail margin, too. And you just look at how it's incredible what's happened with the internet-based, and particularly as it relates to shopping. And I just have two sort of silly examples. They're trivial, but I think, wow. Here in Japan, you can get a monk delivered via Amazon. As the role of Japanese temples fade, as say, so a monk for a wedding, the temples are a bit slow coming through with it, so you just dial up Amazon and you get a monk with Amazon. It's brilliant. And here is a surprising business opportunity, I would think. Amazon, eBay, and Shop Clues in India are selling cow dung patties like hotcakes. And I say, does an export opportunity beckon? I would think so. Now, there we go. But getting nearer the business of these guys here, this sort of direct delivery to consumers and the opportunities that brings, we understand Uber Taxi, but here we have Uber Eats. So, for example, in Manhattan, if you want your meal, you want it from the restaurant that you know and love, then there'll be 6 or 8 really well-known restaurants that have linked with Uber for that week where you can have a signature dish just delivered to your home for something like $12. I mean, the world of retailing and food service seems to me is converging. And just linking for these two guys too, if I take Bidvest and McDonalds, that what is interesting is this convergence between food retail and food service, and the same trends that are relevant in food service are relevant in retail. This is Bidvest with its great food, pure and simple. It's about pureness, it's about simplicity, it's about natural, it's about provenance, and it's as important to McDonald's, for example, the great work that you've done with where do our eggs come from? Well, they come from your farms and they're free range, etc. No, it's moving in our direction. What about getting into the commodity areas? Now, I've got something to say on on some of the major ones. Look, for meat, there are challenges. I mean, wherever I look, particularly in the Western world, there is more and more media coverage about reducing meat consumption. Here's the Scotsman saying it's time to reduce our red meat consumption. If you look at meat consumption per person in the UK, in the US, right across Europe, in Australia, in Canada, it is declining on a per capita consumption basis. Should we sort of race out and slit our wrists? I don't think so. Why is that? Because what is quite clear, in most higher income markets, and that's what we are, then people are considering eating less meat. But when they eat less, they want to eat better, and I believe they're willing to pay more for less. And that's the opportunity. It's working out what do people value and are willing to pay a little more for when they're eating less. And that's in the face of considerable, again, media coverage. Here's the World Health Organization saying, meat, it'll kill you. But what do I see if I look out in the marketplaces? Increasingly, there are premium meat products, dry-aged beef. If you went back 10, 15 years, you wouldn't see that in the supermarket. Now, increasingly, it is. What have we got here? You've got beef. That's one of the great global balance, if you will. As meat consumption per capita is declining slowly in high-income markets, it's going up in emerging markets. And, of course, there are wonderful opportunities, not least if you take, for example, the bits of the animal that we don't particularly want to buy in Europe. If you look at trotters or chicken feet or lamb flaps, lamb belly, lamb stomach, if you will, but also there are clear opportunities. But the question I ask that has to be answered is, for example, when I was in Thailand, but it could have been in China as it was the week before, that if I go to these emerging markets, here we are in Thailand, chicken, which is a preferred meat, is selling at, say, 100 baht, whereas, let's go down to the bottom. In this particular case, it was Tasmanian chilled tenderloin beef selling at 1750 baht per kg. And so I'm saying, if you're exporting into emerging markets, and particularly high-value products, you are selling super premium products, and you have to be able to put in the mouths of the shopper, the consumer, the answer to, I'm willing to pay 15 times more for your beef than my regular chicken because. Because what? We've got to give them a reason to pay that big premium. What do I see around the world too, which is a little bit, again, if you're in meat, let's be careful, is the incredible drive right at the moment for plant-based protein foods. I've never seen anything like it in my professional career. Here we have Impossible Foods, which is just been backed by $108 million, for goodness sake, not least by these well-heeled investors that you might remember, the Microsoft people, for the Impossible Cheeseburger, so a plant-based meat analog. And also, so let's move into dairy. You get non-dairy dairy. So here we've got almond milk ice cream. And this isn't some sort of off-the-wall, long-haired hippie-type company. This is Unilever, for goodness sake, moving into non-dairy dairy. So, and here we are for eggs, that we've got non-egg mayonnaise being sold through 7-Eleven in the US, through Whole Foods in the US. And whereas initially, if we went back 18 months ago, Unilever went to, remember who owned Hellmann's mayonnaise, went to sue Just Mayo, which is a pea protein-based mayonnaise. They went to sue them because they're saying, that's not mayonnaise if it hasn't got eggs. What did I notice that last month, this month actually, February 2016, that Unilever, through Hellmann's, is launching a plant-based food mayo itself. So, should we worry about this? Well, what it underlines for me is the increasing opportunity there is for plant-based protein foods. I think we're rather good at that. That requires rainfall, and we have lots. So I've used this with some of you before, but should we worry? Should we worry that the world is going vegetarian, not least in high-price markets, high-income markets? Well, the good news is, you can see it here, is that vegetarians have much lower sperm counts. Which I think that's sort of brilliant. Because I've got nothing against vegetarians, God love them, but this is only a personal view. I think over a couple of generations, we'll have bred the bastards out. Yeah. So here we go. Yeah. But again, if we pick up these sort of big commodities for the big arable guys, look, things happen in the marketplace that aren't pretty over time, and you can see in the UK how bread consumption is on the slide in terms of per capita consumption in the UK. It clearly is. But there's a huge opportunity emerging for plant-based protein foods, to make the point. In regular grains, in ancient grains, in gluten-free grains, in single-estate grains, in vegetable oils and exotic oils, and particularly, I think, in pulses of every description, whether that be peas or lentils or whatever we can grow. It's just exploding, and it will continue, I would suggest. And when I see ads like this, I think they're just brilliant. Start your day awesome with British jumbo oats, low-fat yogurt, and real fruit. No, that's a superfood, and you'll just see markets for that expand at an astonishing rate. Now, moving on quickly, I haven't got, 5 minutes? Two. All right. Big food caught with its trousers down. If you look around the world, what's happened with big food? Big food is the general foods of this world, the Danones, the Nestlés. They've largely been caught with their trousers down. And why is that? Because they were over-processing food. I think that gives a real opportunity for British farmers, for farmers in general. And then now the big foods are struggling to find products which have a sort of more natural, genuine image associated with it. They're paying all sorts of money for small firms. And what did they do wrong? Dunking donuts to remove titanium dioxide from donuts. Hooray! That's what I said. But, why did you put it in the first place? If you look right across cereals, that they're removing artificial ingredients. And there's a huge trend to fuse simple, natural ingredients, positive for farmers worldwide. I think that's just great for us. What about dairy? You've got to say something good about dairy. But look, milk consumption, liquid milk consumption going down. But it's a huge demand, emerging demand for milk protein in high-value drinks. And look, I wander all the way around the world talking relentlessly, and when I'm in duty-free shops, particularly in Asia, and I see milk powder being sold right next to perfumes in duty-free shops, I say, come on, there must be a long-term super future for dairy products. I think so. I think we should celebrate the purity and simplicity of, let's take dairy products, instead of a small book of ingredients. What have we got in our milk? Milk. And let's celebrate that. So, almost the last one, actually. Where's the other opportunity? I was just looking at Airbnb the other day, and I've never fully understood, Brussels language. What is Scottish three-crop greening rule? I don't fully understand it. But I wonder, do yurts count? And I would bet that yurting would be a bloody sight better than milking. So remember what I said, brilliant opportunities for British agriculture. However, we know it's going to be volatile. I mean, it is for political, for economic, for social reasons. So fasten your seatbelts, crash hats, helmets on. Thank you very much.
David, thank you very much. If you're wondering, conference, why your panel is looking a little bit blank, we can see the pictures, but we couldn't hear any of the jokes. So if we're not laughing, it's just because the sound system wasn't reflecting it back here, but we could see the pictures instead. Please now give a very warm welcome to Conor McVeigh from McDonalds.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Minette, for that warm introduction. For us at McDonald's, the outcome of great farming is great food. As one of the biggest customers to the British food industry, we care passionately about our agriculture sector. Today, I'd like to share more about why we care, what we've learned during our 40 years operating here in the UK, and what we're focusing on for the future. I want to start at a low point for McDonald's. 10 years ago, we got a sharp wake-up call. Our customers told us that the food we were serving wasn't up to scratch. It wasn't what they wanted in terms of quality, nutrition, and in some instances, how it was sourced. We had fallen out of step with their expectation, and they showed their displeasure with their wallets and their feet. And 10 years ago, we realized we had to change, to give people reasons to trust us, and crucially, to choose our food. We served British and Irish beef, but hardly anybody knew about it, so we started running advertising. We added choice to our menu, porridge, wraps, fresh coffee made with organic milk. And we worked with our suppliers and farmers to improve the quality of our ingredients. These are just a few of the many changes we made, but each and every one of them was as a result of listening to our customers. Fast forward now to 2016, and we've been rewarded, achieving now almost a decade of consecutive sales growth. But we're still listening to our customers as hard as ever. Experiencing that low point 10 years ago means that we never confuse pride in our achievements with complacency. And that's important, because today the British consumer is more discerning than ever. People have more choice than ever before. They're eating out more often, and now taking a strong interest in where their restaurant meal is sourced from, its nutritional value, and whether it's responsibly produced. They're extending the same principles that they apply to their supermarket shop, to the decisions that they make at the restaurant table. We serve over 3.5 million customers every single day, so we have to closely follow developments like these. And we have to adapt our menu and sourcing strategies so that we can give our customers more of what they want. Our commitment to British agriculture, I believe, creates a significant opportunity for farmers. Our customers love local, so we source as close to home as possible whenever possible. This translates into a spend of more than £500 million with British suppliers for our UK business each year. We serve only British and Irish beef because that's what customers tell us that what they want. And we now have a beef business that is a little bit more than twice the size of Marks & Spencer's. Our customers ask us for responsibly sourced product, and we've responded. And after Sainsbury's, we're the largest retailer of RSPCA-assured products. Our customers want freshness, so 700 million buns and muffins a year that we serve up in our restaurant are all freshly baked in British bakeries. One of the things that people say that is striking about McDonald's is how we work in partnership with those who matter most to us. Whether it's the franchisees who run our restaurants, the 100,000 people together we employ, or the 17,500 farmers that we work with. These are deep-rooted relationships. We've worked with the same family-owned packaging company up in Kirkcaldy and Fife for 41 years, the same beef supplier for 4 decades, and the same potato supplier for over 37 years. We're incredibly proud of the world-class supply chain that we've built, but there's no way we can take all the credit. We surround ourselves with the best suppliers, take a long-term partnership approach. We grow through investment rather than cost-cutting, and work hard to ensure that benefits are delivered not just for 1 or 2 members of the supply chain, but for all. My background is 20 years in the retail industry and the supermarket industry. And as I've settled into the last 2 years of working with McDonald's, the definition of partnership that I've discovered is just entirely different from anything I've seen elsewhere. Previously, meetings with suppliers and farmers might have been those tough negotiations in the boardroom. At McDonald's, we get out on the road, meeting suppliers in their factories, on their farms, discussing challenges and bouncing ideas around. We set clear expectations, and we have exacting standards, some of them the very highest in the industry. We're not soft on price, but we offer long-term security and make sure there's margin and enough margin for suppliers to invest. As a growth business, yes, we have to focus on efficiency, but every conversation I have with a supplier about savings is followed by a discussion on how do we invest those savings. Our top 10 suppliers have invested over £250 million in the last 4 years, and that gives us as a business an enormous advantage and a platform to grow for the future. But we know we need to earn that position as a customer of choice for our suppliers. If we're to do well, we must be the business our suppliers want to contribute their best ideas to. The business they want to go that extra mile for, particularly in the tough times, because we rely upon our suppliers more than any other food business. An average supermarket stocks somewhere in the region of 30,000 food items. If a product isn't available on the shelf, the customer, yeah, they'll groan, but they'll typically buy the product next to the gap on the shelf. At McDonald's, we source only 200 ingredients for our entire restaurant menu. So the cost of failure, even on just one ingredient, is unimaginable. If there's a harvest failure on iceberg lettuce, we're not able to serve up Big Macs. That 28 grams of lettuce, shredded lettuce, which goes into our best-known burger, could make the difference to hundreds of thousands of customers each and every day. Now, thankfully, those occasions don't arise because of the partnership we have throughout our supply chain, and because our suppliers invest to ensure risk is mitigated, and they go that extra mile for us, even in those tough times. And we've learned that successful suppliers confident in their long-term relationship with McDonald's feel empowered and are willing and able to invest for the long term. The only way that we'll be able to source the increasing volume of those 200 ingredients is if British farming prospers. So doing business boils for us down to a simple approach. Take decisions that are led by your customers. Deliver against them and work in partnership. But we don't know all the answers, which is why our commitment to agriculture is carefully planned and it's done in consultation with the industry. Since 2010, we've worked with the National Farm Research Unit and spoken to over 1,500 progressive farmers to understand the challenges, but importantly, the role that we can play in addressing them. The insights that we've gathered have shaped Farm Forward, our overarching agriculture strategy, with 3 focus areas: skills and knowledge, animal welfare standards, and improving environmental impacts. Farmers told us that they're concerned about attracting and nurturing talent, so we created the Progressive Young Farmer Programme. It's a 12-month training opportunity that gives students real insight to every aspect of our supply chain, covering pork, dairy, beef, and crops now. One of the students, Olivia, on the screen here, chose to work in our pork supply chain. And she used her placement to set up a research trial on the fat content of back bacon. And that's now the basis of her undergraduate dissertation. She's also secured a job from Tulip, one of our long-term pork suppliers. And Olivia's achievements are all the more impressive, given that 2 years ago, before that, she had never stepped on a pig farm. This year, we become the first major retailer to partner with the prestigious Nuffield Farming Trust. Together, we're introducing the McDonald's Nuffield Farming Scholarship, and we're delighted to play a part in setting the agenda of how a food company can work closely with the industry to make a difference. We set out to make Farm Forward truly pioneering, and it's helping to translate also our passion for animal welfare standards into success on our menu. And a great example of that is the move that we made in 2014 to moving to 100% British RSPCA assured pork, something which our customers can enjoy in their McMuffins at breakfast and bacon in our burgers. And the benefits are loud and clear since we've introduced that change. Sales of bacon have increased by 17%. We've also delivered a number of research projects through Farm Forward, which we've shared with the industry so that any farmer, whether you're in our supply chain or outside of it, can apply the insights. The Sustainable Egg group that we have has proven the economic and welfare benefits of providing tree cover on ranges. And this research shows that tree cover provision reduces mortality rates, lowers the number of egg seconds, and can boost income from egg production. We found that a 2% reduction in egg seconds equates to over 31p per bird. A 1% drop in mortality, that's 12p per bird, adding up to a total of over £5,000 benefit for an average flock. The case for tree cover for us is proven, so we now ask all of our free-range egg producers to plant a minimum of 20%. And this has resulted in more than 500,000 trees being planted across the UK and better quality eggs being served in our restaurant. These changes have landed really well with our customers over the last 2 years, and it means that egg product sales have increased by 14%. That's 15 million eggs, additional eggs that we've sold. It's another illustration of how, for me, business decisions rooted in what matters to our customers and supported by our partnership with farmers and suppliers, can deliver benefit for all. Looking ahead, I don't see our customers' expectations decreasing or any of the collective challenges going away. Customers are adding more concerns to their list, and one of them is sustainability. The latest global risk report, released just a few weeks ago, has highlighted that climate change is one of the biggest challenges that we face today. Extreme weather events, risks which many of us are familiar with and make us rightly feel uneasy, present a long-term threat to our livelihoods. As policymakers turn their firm attention to climate change and sustainability, it's only natural and understandable that consumers are starting to worry also, and businesses need to make the issue a priority. As a major buyer of British and Irish beef, we have a part to play in understanding how the agriculture industry can find a more sustainable way to produce beef. So we've made it a priority and got stuck right in to solution finding. For 6 years now, we've been working with progressive beef farmers to measure their carbon footprint, test ways to reduce emissions, and share knowledge and best practice with others. What became very clear very quickly was that we can't change what we don't measure. We committed an initial investment of just over £1 million and commissioned a group of environmental specialists to assess a trial group of 200 farms. They completed 1,300 assessments and gathered 800,000 pieces of information. This incredible big data source was then transformed into a first-of-its-kind online business tool to help all farmers assess and understand their carbon impact and the potential savings which on-farm changes can make. It's available to any farmer, any beef farmer, anybody in this room, free of charge, and 16,000 farmers across 22 countries have already tried it. In parallel, we've invited the farmers who had those carbon assessments to join McDonald's Sustainable Beef Clubs and meet face-to-face with the experts across the industry. And the results have been dramatic. On average, farmers taking place have reduced their carbon emissions by 23%. This equates to a yearly reduction of 4.6%, compared to the long-term industry average of 0.94%. Put simply, these farmers are achieving 5 times the average industry carbon level of reduction. And with the carbon they've saved, you could drive almost 5 million miles in a tractor or power 221 houses for an entire year. That's the scale of the opportunity. And it translates directly into pounds and pennies savings. Andy Foote, a beef farmer from Dorset who worked with us, has identified potential savings of up to £23,000 a year as a result of taking this approach. So we know that our size and our scale can have a big impact. And if the results of this working group over the last 6 years could be applied across the entire beef industry, we believe it could achieve the voluntary reduction target that the government have set for 2020. And we're delighted to share these results in our new beef carbon report that we've released today, which is inside your conference pack. Everyone in the room who's involved in the cattle industry clearly has an interest in sustainable beef production. It'll remain an absolute focus for us at McDonald's during the years ahead because it's on our customers' agenda. It's a complex issue, but it shows how we need to work with farming industry partners to identify and test challenges and solutions before they become top priorities for our customers. It's also an inspiring illustration of what we can achieve when we work together. Together we can be partners, challengers, we can be pioneers. And today I hope I've assured you of McDonald's support for the farming industry and our commitment to work as long-term partners. And I'll leave you with one question. How can you improve, evolve, adapt your own business? Whether you make changes, large or small, you have the ability to create a sustainable future that is filled with success and rewards for all of us. It's a pioneering thought. But then again, there are over 1,700 potential pioneers in this room today. Thank you very much.
Conor, thank you very much. as chairman, I'm struggling a little bit. I have a Welshman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman who are all rebelling against the 15-minute window. So no pressure, Damian, but you are on a time challenge. We'll leave it to the Scots to stick to time. Please give a warm welcome to Damian Storie from Bidvest.
First of all, I'd like to thank the NFU for the opportunity to speak to everybody today. It is an absolute pleasure. I suppose on that, from Minette saying earlier on, are there any Italians in the audience today? There's a no, so my Six Nations tie has gone, unfortunately, but if there were any Italians, we were looking forward to the big Six Nations rant. Thanks very much, as I say. Really, what I'm here to discuss today is very much who Bidvest are, so I'll open it to the audience, apart from the name check earlier on. Does anybody know who Bidvest are? Great. Obviously, my job is done. So I'm going to go through who Bidvest are, what we are as a business and what we do, and then my role in terms of heading up fresh meat, the opportunities that we have and everybody has in this room of what we are doing with fresh meat within the UK. So, you probably have seen us, but don't really know who we are. Our business started in 1999 as, if people remember, Booker Foodservice, was bought by the South Africans in 1999 and was branded as, anybody tell me? 3663. Now, has anybody today got a non-digit phone? So has everybody got a smartphone or has everybody got a standard phone? Okay, if you've got a standard phone, the lovely farmers earlier on have, if you type in 3663, very good. Well, at least we're getting on the right track. People are beginning to understand who we are. So as a business, in terms of what we do within retail, we currently have 15,000 products. And one of the key points that we're trying to do as a business is to make as many of those British as we can. As we move forward, and as the business moves forward, what we're looking to do is create within my area a lot more British Red Tractor AHDB approved products. Before I go into that, I want to discuss you, as nobody's heard about this, about what the Bidvest group structure is. So sometimes people get confused. There's Bidvest Foodservice, and Bidvest Logistics. To give you a little bit of an insight, Bidvest is an international service trading company, distribution, employing 141,000 people worldwide, operating across 4 continents. As I said, in 1999, the UK business was Booker Foodservice, which then became 3663. And when I joined this business in 2012, we didn't have a fresh meat offering. We looked at what we could do in terms of our market opportunities, but really all we were doing was shifting boxes. We didn't buy into what we could do as a business working more closely with British farming. In terms of the group structure, we've got Bidvest UK, which is our holding company, and then the Bidvest Group, and then we're split into different operating companies. So we're a large family group of companies with Bidvest Logistics and PCL Transport. You probably see the wagons going up and down the road, but PCL as a business distribute all of the milk for Arla across the UK. But under the BFS Group Limited, Bidvest Foodservice and Bidvest Logistics are run as very separate businesses and separate teams. So Bidvest Logistics essentially deliver to the likes of Pret and KFC, and we don't do any product development work with them. They decide what products they want delivered across the UK, and our business transports them. As I say, you'll probably see their wagons up and down the motorway. Really what our business is looking to do moving forward is more of the acquisition trail. So on a constant basis, we are looking at different businesses, specifically within fresh and chilled, that we're looking to acquire. There'll be some announcements coming out, but that's really what my role is all about, is to see what businesses we have out there working alongside British farming that we can acquire moving forward. And that's part of our 5-year strategy. So as an example of that, we acquired a business, Forteeths, up in Oban. The main reason for doing that was to get access to the north in terms of our customers and our availability. But on the back of that, we also deal with local farmers up there. So we've got farmers that we buy our Angus products from for our Scottish market, and we also buy black-faced lambs off the off Oban, off the mainland, and off the islands of Skye and Mull. So really, as we go through becoming more of a regional business, we do engage with the farmers on a local level. So how have we changed? I opened it up, 3663, excuse me, which then became Bidvest 3663, simply known as 3663, and as now we're known as Bidvest Foodservice. Across the world now, you will begin to see that all of the companies that we've bought will now have the brand of Bidvest Foodservice. And you may well have seen the announcements last week that our owner-chairman is looking to sell off that part of our business, which is the food service element, which is very exciting times for us. So how do we operate? What do we do? In light of what Connor was saying about getting closer to customers, that is the key point for us, becoming more regional, getting closer to our customers and closer to our suppliers. So with that in mind, if we start at the top, where I spend a lot of my time up in Oban, we operate there very much with local suppliers, and every year we have a local regional supplier day where we invite up to 250 local suppliers to come along, present their products. We do the same in Wales, and we also do the same in the central belt of Scotland as well. So we're always inviting new suppliers down to see what they could do differently as a supplier to Bidvest Foodservice. Excuse me. We're also realigned our buying teams this year. So whereas beforehand we had temperature band, category-led buyers, we're now fully supportive of category management. So you'll have one team that just sit and buy fresh meat, the same with fish, the same with poultry. So very much down the retail line. So we've become a lot closer to our suppliers and a lot closer to our customers. So what are our key ingredients? It's all about service excellence, great food. And what I mean by great food, I spend a lot of my time within the education and healthcare sector, very much getting it through to children about where food comes from. Now, just last year in December, we did a number of primary schools, and we asked them, where did your chicken come from? What do you think the main answer was? So it was Tesco's was number one, Asda's, Sainsbury's, Morrison's. Part of our role within the food service and in terms of the customers that we supply is to get it through to the children who are our future, is where does that food come from? So part of what we're going to do next year and the back end of this year is to get more of those school children into farms. The classic response of, my mummy bought it from Morrison's. So that's really part of our great food piece. It's also about the value that we add to our customers. We're not just a supplier, we're very much a partner. Our team, in terms of our head office team, are always working with our customer base and our suppliers. And as a business, as you'll see, we're very forward-thinking. So I'm just going to drill into the three main elements there. I'm conscious of time. Service excellence. That's about providing great service to our customers and to our suppliers. We want to make our customers' life easier to help them to grow. And how we've done that is by establishing our depots around the UK to make it more regionalised, but also to make sure in terms of our suppliers that we are working as much as we possibly can to select those products as locally as we possibly can, in as much as one of our key elements for our key depots across the UK is to make sure that we've only got up to an 80, 100-mile radius in terms of supply from our key suppliers. In terms of forward thinking, it's not just about building an infrastructure to suit the future of our customers' needs, but it's about protecting our planet. And that's key from our new chief executive 18 months ago, Andrew Selly, about what we do in terms of our sustainability. So what we've done is we've launched a new website called Plate to Planet, which is a platform for anyone in the industry, including yourselves, to look at that in terms of sustainability, hints and tips, best practice, and also blogs. So what we're looking to do is to demonstrate our commitment to improving sustainability, supply chain, to offer our first website, which was only launched 2 months ago, Plate to Planet. What we've seen with that, in terms of our customer base, is very much helping them with their social. And what we're meeting oil from those customers, we're collecting waste food. Customers can go onto that website to see what the emission decrease is, and it's a business through our depots. So, did you know that 90% of food service customers claim sustainability is important to their business? And around 25% of energy used in catering within our customers, within those kitchens, is in preparation, cooking and serving food. So it's crucial that as our business, that our with plate to plan service together. So the resources that are available to everybody is how-to guides, template materials, but also your product. Earlier on, most of our customers these days are interested in where the product comes from, and we have to moving forward. So I'm going to hear on the brand, which is known as Farmstead Foods. The key points to Farmstead and what our customers were looking for when we went out to the marketplace was above. So you can see, and as I said, it's hot off the press. We're not going live with it till next week. This is what we're doing in terms of the subcategories. So we've got those for all proteins. So our strategic partners products within those particular brands. So, to name a few, and I'm sure, if we go back to 2012 when I started, it was very much been a journey. We invited a number of suppliers to come to our head office to present on would they want to help Bidvest in their quest to move forward with fresh meat supply. We invited around, see on this slide are the suppliers that turned up and the other suppliers that we've worked with ongoing. So it was very much an element of trust. What we do as a business, and moving on from that, I'm going to go into a little bit of detail about what we do with two of our strategic suppliers. So in ABP, it's all about ensuring continuity and sustainability, doing more with less. So in ABP, in terms of the sustainability, it's about reducing the carbon footprint, increasing energy. Today is working with the farm. Now, one of the key points that we've given to that particular site is to make sure that they process the animals within 100 miles of the site. But also from our point of view, we want to be able to go to and say to them that. So when we go out to the market, the majority of customers will ask us, where does the beef or lamb come from? We very rarely get asked, where does the poultry come from? It's very much led on lamb and beef. And in terms of ABP, just on a few of their points, they're looking to reduce their water consumption by 50%. But the key point for us is about the zero waste going to landfill for the ABP. At Yetminster, they have a dedicated team of fieldsmen procuring local livestock for us. All the livestock is procured within the UK, is mainly the West Country, Cotswold and Welsh lambs. They also do a lot of work with the farmers, and part of that is hosting thus forward. Our next piece is about Dawn, where of Dawn Meats. They have been our oldest supplier. They were the first supplier that went to work with us in Scotland when we kicked the supply chain. So Dawn's mission is to provide consistent quality meat products from sustainable sources, which very much tied in. They had working with all of those suppliers on the number one piece of sustainability and making sure. So, aligned with ourselves, they are very much customer focused. If we didn't have any customers, our business wouldn't survive. We're very much committed to a sustainable supply base of our people. And the key piece for me is we are dedicated to excellent continuity. And as a business, along with Dawn, we act very responsibly. So, our sustainability charter commits to us achieving far-reaching targets, and they're in 3 sustainability pillars, which are social, environmental, and economic. Our key focus with our suppliers moving forward is about water use, energy use, as we've heard from a lot of speakers today, climate change. An interesting fact from where I live on the west coast of Scotland, we have rainfall. I live at the bottom of the farm at the bottom of the hill, right on the west coast in Inverkip, and we haven't seen any dry weather in the bottom paddock for longer than that. I think it was November. We have got a swimming pool at the bottom, I have to say. But there's more to do for us. By 2020, our commitments include the following: improve water use by 40%, improve our energy use by 40%, and improve direct carbon footprint by 50%. So my final slide, and I think I'm on time, Minette, am I? I'm on perfect time. Have I made it back up? A number of you here today will provide ABP. The key factors for us and our customer base is about traceability, trust, but number one for our customer is consistency. If we don't deliver the same top side, the same silver side, the same lamb leg, the same chicken breast on a daily basis, us in food service, in retail within food services, if you go into a restaurant and somebody's steak, which is supposed to be 10 ounce, is slightly bigger, then that doesn't work. So for us, it's about consistency. We have biosecure supply from processing from these sites to our dairy that we're using. The animals come into the layerage, they're processed within that factory, they're packed in that factory, and then they're straight into our hub and straight to our customer. So in terms of biosecurity within food service, we are. All of our products are produced to our specification and give Bidvest customers consistency and maintain supply. To Connor's piece there, if a school this morning, which it nearly didn't get its sausages, then those kids don't have any lunch. Supply chain is rigid, and that's very much driven by what we do with our suppliers. And our sites are constantly working with AHDB and Red Tractor. This is one of the key points within our business and certainly within education and healthcare. That's what they're looking for. We're working with local farmers and have great relations in Saltcoats, which is Highland Meats part of Don. They're third and fourth generation farmers that are going into that site, and I know I've lived there for a long time. It's very much driven by the factory about what they do and how they work with those farmers. But clearly, customers want to know more about supply, and our end user begins to know and trust us as a key supplier within food service. And that's it. Thank you.
To time, with some more, but if we could have to the microphones, please. A look and work a lot more with the food service sector. You've heard 3 fantastic presentations today and some really good practice going on, but it really varied across food service. And I was reminded of this not that long ago when actually I was at a farmland bird lunch and my neighbour very proudly showed off her rib of beef that was on the carvery. And we went up to get the beef, and a equally nice-looking joint of pork was next door. And Carolyn asked, and where's the pork from? Is that down the road? So, tell is transparent. But if we can, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy President. Really, this question is to Conor McVeigh. I'm here. As a McCain potato grower who enjoys now a 3-year sustainable contract to your restaurants, I was intrigued to hear, as you elaborated the benefits to your business with such a supply chain. Other companies, what do you think that we as an industry should do to try and get more other businesses following those similar strategies with that type of relationship to us as suppliers? It seems to me that fair trade seems to be the new assurance scheme. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you for the question, Tony. And as I talked about earlier on, the background on the specific question around potatoes is something that we've worked very hard on over the last 2 years, and it culminated in us being able to announce last October the results of that piece of work, which are that all of the potatoes that we use for our French fries are now sourced only. Piece of work that we did in consultation with our producer partners, McVeigh and Lamb Weston, but also farmers like Tony. And the benefit of that is that I think it sends out a very clear and strong message to the industry about the commitment we make, not only for 2016 or 2017 or for the period of those pricing arrangements, but for the long term. And that's important because I talked earlier about we've had a strong level of growth over the last 10 years in the UK, and we want to replicate that in the next 10 and 20 years. And the only way that we can do that is making sure longer-term commitment. Farmers the ability and the confidence to invest in the capacity that's needed to be able to satisfy that long-term growth. So specifically on potatoes, what that move has allowed us to do is to extend our pricing arrangements for a longer period of time. We've also been able to replicate that farmers that we work with to source our potatoes for our French fries. So I'm very other supermarkets or retailers out there who are increasingly talking up partnership is. And some of those businesses are starting from a different starting position, and therefore they have to take a different approach. We're more advanced in that respect because it's something that we've been doing for a much longer period of time. So what I try to play a role within is when I'm at conferences and events where I'm meeting other retailers, it's a great opportunity for McDonald's to share what's working really well for our business and has done for over the last 40 years. So that's the role that we're playing. In terms of the last point of your question, Tony, around what can farmers do? You've got a voice, you've got a very powerful role to play in many retailers' supply chains. So it's what you're talking about in terms of long-term partnership is absolutely and more demanding, ultimately with your customers and certainly with your retail customers, to be looking for a longer degree of partnership, such as what plays.
David.
Well, why is McDonald's good at supply chain management? Why do they have great integrity in the supply chains? It's for strong reasons related to commercial survival. That if you look at the value of, do you think you can destroy that? Can you just imagine if you'd gone back 2 or 3 years ago, if you'd been involved in the Horsegate scandal, there's a bang, that's sort of gone in a flash, just like that. Number one in fast food, then the world is looking for you to fall flat on your backside. So be done to your brand if you get the supply chain for that matter. And every now and again, you can try, for example, to take McDonald's. In the US, there's a company called Chipotle, which is sort of so-called high fast food. And look, and then suddenly they were found wanting. And the stock value of that company went from, let's say, 100 to 20 in about 3 weeks. So, response, if you don't get into it at the level that McDonald's has done, then that is high risk, and big brands are increasingly understanding that. And I think that's really, really good news for supply chain partners, because the bigger brands of this world require supply chain partners down to the farm level without being patronized, not down. They need farmer partners who are willing to carry the brand integrity torch on behalf of their customers. And that's just gold dust.
Thank you, David. And James Motterhead to the microphones, please, while David Shaw asks his question. Thank you, David.
Thank you. David Shaw, East. My question is for Connor, as are many of us, and I've sat and looked at your packaging with great excitement. Presumably you're aware that the ingredients you use would qualify you to use the Red Tractor logo. And customers, as we all are, customers, point about customers, they are very much aware of what the Red Tractor logo means across all products. So are you missing suppliers by not using the Red Tractor logo?
Should we get Damian's view first?
Yeah. In terms of our beef and lamb supply in the UK, from Dawn and ABP is Red Tractor approved. So we do use that, even to the point of we have customers that specify on their menu industry. So they will have a list on their menu that will have the Red Tractor logo against it. So in terms of the Northeast, we did some work with Dawn 3 years ago on lamb, particularly, out of the the site there, where we did have a number of products, so leg, shoulder meat and diced, which was all red tractor. So it's certainly something that's very much within the food service business. More and more customers are asking for it. And it's very much growing, as I alluded to earlier on with the presentation, within education and healthcare, very much looking to get their food for life. So they're always looking to see what items we have. So that's it in meat, but if you look across all of our ranges within the Bidvest group within the UK, we do try and put as much as we possibly can do with red tractor.
Connor.
David, to come back to your question, I certainly recognise, and McDonald's recognise, the important role that many assurance programs have delivered, not only for the industry but for McDonald's, and certainly red tractor within that. Whenever I look at our McDonald's agricultural assurance program, it's very much based upon the areas that red tractor focuses upon and based upon the principles there. So it's been enormously helpful for our business. In terms of the specific question around are we missing a trick applying the red tractor logo onto our packaging or onto our menu, it largely boils down to a practical point. The nature of the customers that we have, for many of them, they come to us not only for the great quality, great tasting product, but for speed of service. For those customers that come in first thing in the morning to grab their coffee and get straight out to face whatever the day is going to present to them, speed of service is really important. So we have a window of opportunity that is very, very narrow, very tight in terms of the messages that we communicate to our customers. And that means that we have to go back to customers, share the opportunities in terms of the key messages, and get their guidance in terms of where the priorities sit in terms of messaging. And as a result of that process that we've been through, we haven't been in a position to put the red tractor logo on our packaging and on our menu. So it very much boils down to a practical consideration.
But surely, Colin, that's not about a time constraint. That's about a branding choice. You know, that doesn't take you more time to put the red tractor on. That's about a decision that you make as a business.
Well, it's a decision that we've made that's based upon consumer insight, and we know that customers have got a certain bandwidth in terms of the amount of time that they spend in our restaurants and how important speed of service is. They also guide us in terms of the amount of information that they're willing to and they're able to consume. So we have to make some fairly tough decisions and choiceful decisions around what messages we convey. And I think a great example of that there is in our breakfast menu. All of the eggs that we serve on our breakfast menu are 100% British, RSPCA assured, free range. But we're not in a position to share all of those messages with our customers on our packaging and in restaurant. And we've had to make some choices in that instance.
Perhaps it can be part of our ongoing dialogue. Yeah. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you very much, David. If I can now hand over to Tom Bradshaw, please.
David, you've spoken very eloquently about brand creation and differentiation of premium products, but there's also basic ranges and a large percentage of the consumer that just wants to buy cheap food. We're often told that the public don't want it or won't accept it, be that GM crops, cloning, pesticides or irradiation. What is the evidence on how the public in 2016 actually view these technologies?
No time to think, I'm afraid.
No. What's the response to that?
I mean, do you see, David, I suppose, do you see, we've talked about health and education, do you see the growing interest in health as driving this? Because certainly the conversations I've had with Tom and the dialogue we've had, I think as far as consumer goes, you know, if they see a health benefit, actually they buy into it. Will they go and take it off the shelf? Maybe that's going to take longer, but I think the health agenda offers perhaps a big opportunity.
There's all sorts of elements to that. You can speak for an hour, but let's take health. Do people want healthy food? Yes, they do. However, health is consistently trumped by convenience. You could have the best healthy product in the world. If it's inconvenient to buy, inconvenient to prepare, inconvenient to consume, even though it's healthy, they just won't buy it. And so, this is, it's a little bit exotic. So it's got to be convenient, it's got to be tasty, and if it's healthy, that's a real bonus. But there is a clear health and well-being trend. What about new technology? And do consumers embrace that? I mean, at one level, I would say that if you take GM, for example, we're in a continent where there is more aggression against GM than in many parts of the world. I would suggest that if you take the longer-term view, that there is growing evidence that citizens, that consumers are coming to terms with GM technology, and that they accept it. They certainly accept it for medical products, for products that are going to save their lives. We certainly accept it for clothes that we wear, in that most cotton is GM. That there is a growing view that golden rice, for example, in emerging countries, the one which has got clear benefits for children who are vitamin deficient in emerging countries. And we can see by the shifts away from Greenpeace in this regard, where they view it, where those who've left Greenpeace view it immoral not to embrace genetic modification when it comes to rice for additional health advantages. I think we'd accept GM for trees. So, the super fast growing pine tree, for example, that we'd take that. However, the most interesting one, and that you can see the impact it can have on the food industry, is that the FDA in the US has just given the tick to genetically modified salmon, where the salmon in question grows at twice the rate as regular salmon. And you can see the damage that can do at both the consumer end and at the industry end, where that could just sort of destroy the economics of more traditional salmon farming. At the same time, it also gives a platform for those who are anti-GM to really stir up a lot of concern among global consumers. So this is, yeah.
And Connor, for the McDonald's consumer, do you see GM? Do you see them being happy with GM? Is that something you're looking at?
So when we've spoken to customers with McDonald's, they have been unequivocal. They don't want GM ingredients on our menu. And that's been very clear, and that's our position. What we have done in this broader arena is that we've worked very closely with our suppliers and our farmers, and one area that they've talked to us about is how it's becoming increasingly difficult to source non-GM feed. It's more difficult to segregate the product, and it's more difficult to buy it in a cost-effective fashion. So that's something that we looked at very closely. We engaged with not only our farmers and our suppliers, but with customers. And that was an area that we felt it was appropriate to make a considered and prudent decision to allow GM feed within our supply chain.
David, do you want...
But it's intriguing because, and to some extent, the discussion is academic. Because if you look at soy and corn as being the two principal raw materials, raw ingredients of the food industry globally, and something like 80% of them, of course, are GM. And we just find it convenient not to make a big noise about that.
Okay. There's a continuing big role for education on that one. Before I hand over the mic to James, could we have John Gatenby to the microphone? And James, are you ready with your question?
McDonald's have invested in UK agriculture by sourcing 100% beef from UK and Irish farms, sourcing 100% RSPCA assured pork, and 100% UK free-range eggs. For this, you should be applauded. However, why has this investment not been echoed across your poultry meat supplies, with only around 10% of your poultry meat being sourced from UK farms? And what could be done to improve the ratio to 100% over the next 5 to 10 years?
Very, very good, James. Just to interject very quickly on behalf of all the beef farmers here, we are not, and we have never been happy with the dual sourcing, which you're well aware of out of Ireland as well. So we'd always prefer just sourcing in the UK out of, well, buying British rather than Irish, I guess. But yes, can we have your thoughts on poultry going forwards?
Firstly, James, thanks for the recognition of the progress that we've made on so much of our menu in terms of British sourcing. Thank you. I think everybody in the industry would recognise the exceptional level of growth that we've seen in the market with chicken. Certainly at McDonald's, we've seen that over a number of years, and in part it's been driven by the innovation that we've brought onto our menu. In relation to chicken sourcing and where it originates from, there is a bigger, broader challenge across the British poultry industry, which is in part as a result of that exceptional level of growth on a consistent basis. The British poultry industry is not in a place where it can satisfy 100% of that demand and is some way off. And I think the numbers that I've seen recently have suggested that 60% or thereabouts of what British consumers want in terms of chicken could be satisfied from within British producers. So there is a broader industry challenge that we all need to play a role in contributing to. That said, it's important to recognise that the vast majority of the chicken that we source for our UK restaurants is sourced from British producers and from European producers. In terms of the last point of the question about what can be done, I referenced earlier on about how important innovation in terms of recipe and product has been, and suppliers have played an integral role within that. So although the 10% may be the focus of attention, as a result of the innovation that we've been able to bring onto our menu in conjunction with suppliers, the absolute volume of British chicken, the absolute volume of overall chicken that we source and we sell has increased dramatically over the last 5 years. And I would encourage, as we will be focusing upon ongoing innovation in product and in sourcing, that to be an area for all of us to be galvanising our attention on.
And 5 seconds here to David.
Just a cocktail conversation nugget that in 2015 that McDonald's globally sold more chicken than they sold beef, just by the by. Tell your neighbour.
Well, looking at the number of poultry sheds that are going up in this country, I think we will soon be able to get to that 100% supply for you. I would be confident of that.
And this is absolutely a position that we'll continue to look at. I don't envisage it changing in the very near future, but we're actively keen to understand what role we can play in terms of supporting some of the challenges that farmers face around planning applications and what guidance we can provide around innovation and where our requirements will sit in the future.
Okay. Damian.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly the same as Connor. Our biggest challenge is being able to get the amount of volume of British poultry for our customers. Part of my presentation was saying many customers are asking about where beef and lamb comes from, and that's consistent. One thing we never get asked for from any of our customers is where does the poultry come from, certainly within our area, within Foodservice. So as part of that, in terms of our range, we have a British Red Tractor and we have a European offer. Most of our customers tend to go down the route of the European offer because of the commercial viability of it. Other customers want it because from the gentleman that said earlier on about putting Red Tractor on menus, absolutely, if they have a Red Tractor menu, they want it on there. But if you look at the volume of poultry that we sell on a weekly basis, the majority of that is EU, a very small percentage, very like McDonald's is British. But we would want to work with and more closely with British poultry farmers to get that increased, no doubt about it.
Excellent, thank you. We are actually running slightly short on time, so if we can hand over our last question to John Gatenby, please.
The introduction and the future enhancement of the living wage will adversely affect the food chain. For us, it is particularly a horticultural sector, but I'd imagine it's an issue for both of your businesses. How are you going to accommodate the pressures of the national living wage on you and on your suppliers? Thank you.
Damian, do you want to pick that up?
Yep. As a business, Bidvest is supporting the national living wage. There's a meeting this Thursday about how we're going to do that, so I can't give you too much information on it as of now. But certainly as a business, Bidvest group of companies within the UK is going to support that. There are several ways that you can do it. So if you don't mind, I'll be able to get back to you later on in the month about how we're going to do that. But certainly as a business, we are supporting the living wage.
And Connor, how's that?
Well, as an employer of 100,000 people across the UK, we absolutely recognise how important it is that we've got the right remuneration and development package in place, including how much we pay our people. And that equally applies to our supply chain. I would recognise that within different supply chains, wages play a very different role. So within fresh produce, it's a very, very big part of the overall cost base. So where our focus and our attention is around making sure that we pay a fair price, irrespective of what that supply chain looks like and irrespective of what the contributors are to those pricing requirements. And if you think back to why that's important for us, I'd repeat that earlier point, which is we only source 200 products for our menu. It's not in our interests to shortchange in the price that we pay and the price that we contribute to wage payments within our supply chain. So this is an area that we continue to work very closely with our farmers and our suppliers on, and it's one that we'll absolutely be at the forefront of in terms of ensuring that we continue to offer fair pricing.
Connor, thank you. And are you looking, presumably you're looking at having to put prices up? Because I think we're all in complete agreement. We absolutely all support the living wage. But it's how do we stop the primary producer carrying all the risk? So are you looking at that? Presumably you are.
We're looking at a number of elements. Passing on costs of production to the ultimate final consumer is theoretically one of those there, but we're equally got to be very mindful about the value for money sensitivity that our customers certainly have. So there's a number of areas that we look at. One of the things that I talked about earlier on was around the beef carbon report. In part, the reason why we're excited about the opportunity that that presents is the level of efficiency savings that that can provide into, in this instance, the beef industry. And that's one of many examples around areas that we're listening to farmers about where they think there is opportunities to improve efficiency, working with them to try and identify solutions, and then getting on with it as quickly as possible to deliver those solutions.
Thank you, Connor. David, your thoughts?
Differential wage rates can move industries, and you can just see it around the world. Look, the industry's moving from China to Vietnam, and from Vietnam to Bangladesh, across a range of textiles, for example. And also, if you get ahead of the market, you can do real damage to an industry. I mean, a good example would be Australia, where the minimum wage is substantially more than the living wage will be here, and it will devastate fresh produce exports, for example, from Australia. But I think, if I reflect back, and I know there are some soft fruit guys in the audience, Paul Kelsey, for example, that, I know that if you're in high-value horticulture and you're reliant on imported labor and you're looking at relatively low-cost labor, actually you don't want people working for you who can only earn the minimum wage. You want people who are going to be way more productive in that. And isn't that part of the challenge that, we've got to come to terms, it is what it is or what it's going to come to be, and we've got to help the staff become more productive and then look for those who can earn twice the living wage, for goodness sake, if there are opportunities on the farm through help, through technology, etc.
But just to come back on that, we know that we haven't had a rise. Let's talk about hand-picked, fruit and veg that is reliant on the human hand. We haven't had a rise per kilo in the last 15 years, so we have an ongoing retail price war that is not going to end. How are we going to mitigate those challenges? Is the consumer going to pay more? It wouldn't look like it in this retail price war. That, to me, is the challenge when you factor this in. Without consulting, all our horticultural producers are really supportive of this, but how do they factor it in?
Well, it'd be lovely if retailers are going to say, fine, we'll just jack the prices up. But if you look at the dynamics of retailing in the UK over the next 5 years, it's going to get tougher, not more cozy, I would suggest. What this will do, is, just to reiterate, is drive technology, and we'll be looking back in 10 years' time saying, we used to pick those by hand. Can you imagine?
So, are we inside 10 years for picking the strawberry with a robot?
I would think so.
Would you?
I would think so.
Okay, I think it remains a significant challenge, and we're out of time there, but we shouldn't underestimate the challenge for this going forwards. And I personally don't think we'll have a robot for our berries within 10 years, but it'd be nice to think so. But look, let's finish it off there. I think it's been 3 fascinating presentations. A lot of talk about sustainability. We're reminding everybody within our building at the NFU, sustainability equals profitability, because if you're making a pram in China or growing carrots in Cornwall, if you continue to produce them below the cost of production, you will not have sustainable businesses. So sustainability is hugely important, but it does equal profitability. I think also fascinating hearing about better use of adjectives. You know, if we're going to add value, you have to have a story attached to it. You know, if people are going to pay 15 times more for beef than they are for potentially chicken, there's got to be a story attached. So thank you, 3 great presentations. Just a few housekeeping. You've got to take this to the dinner. If you don't have it on, you won't be allowed in. Please make sure that you get to your breakout sessions by 5 to 4 to be there in plenty of time. But in the meantime, please give a very big thank you to our panelists.